Head on over to the YouTube channel and click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live next. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, we'll talk with Corey Robertson, The Universe featuring Ray, Robert Redmond, and we'll see more musical curios in the Baz Menagerie. Head on over to the YouTube channel and click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live next. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. It'll begin momentarily, like right now. Hello, good evening, and welcome to Toasty Tuesday. Because I don't know about any of you folks out there, but holy crap, it's hot. And like out of nowhere, man, we no longer have a spring and we no longer have a fall. We just have oppressive construction heat as a season and then winter. That's all. We get like maybe a day. Do you guys remember back when we were kids, there was this thing called Indian summer? Remember that? It was like these long, lazy days of autumn that would just kind of herald in the winter with its, the days getting progressively cooler and crisper. And now it just seems like you wake up one morning and it's 30 degrees outside. You wake up the next morning, it's minus 10. The transition period is just so short now. And I was not at all prepared for this Toasty Tuesday. Let me just put that in there. Corey McCrindle jumps in right away at the start of the show and says, do the laws of podcasting even allow you to interview another person named Corey? Well, Mr. McCrindle, first off, we're not podcasting, so the laws of podcasting do not apply. We are in international live waters. We're live, which is the international waters of podcasting. So I'm a pirate. I can do whatever I want. Subsequently, this Corey has an E in his name, and it's not exactly the same. That gets us out of the exemption. So come at me, bro. Anyway, what's new and exciting around here? I mean, Toasty Tuesday, I think it speaks for itself. It's bloody hot out. The other thing you could apply it to if you really wanted to was, take your time. Don't let yourself go out all toasty up. Take a moment and think about what you're doing. Denny Bastress says, it's crazy hot at work in my area. It takes my energy away. Then I sleep most of my day. Yes, Denny, last night I could not sleep at all. And here's the really awesome part about this whole thing. My air conditioner does not work right now. So we are trying desperately with as many fans as possible to keep ourselves cool. In the studio is the only air conditioner that works right now. So I may be clearing off this area over here where Jim normally is, wiping everything down, setting up a little cot, and sleeping out here because it's delightful out here. It's great. I could stay in here all day. So the problem is that I'm tired. I'm very tired because I don't sleep. Anyway, so yeah, Denny, I can totally understand and appreciate how you feel at the moment. What else is new and exciting here? We got some fish. We have a little aquarium, a hexagonal aquarium that we have sitting in the living room, and it's just been sitting empty. But today we got some fish, so that was exciting. We have new life, and that's it's nice to see. It's nice to see new life flourishing. And our eldest daughter bought a pool, and not a wading pool, not like a little turtle pool, like a full-blown 18-foot by 4-foot pool, which is currently filling in the yard. So if you guys hear a splash halfway through the broadcast and there's like a pair of spinning headphones and that cartoon silhouette of me in smoke, that's what's happened. Is I just can't take it anymore, and I've gone outside and I've jumped into the pool. Hey, Lena Frost, meet the Kulu. And yeah, anyway, it's just hot. That's all. And I get it if you really love the summer. I get it. If you're a summer person, more power to you, and I certainly wish you all the happiness in the world, but it's just not for me. And I mean, I get it. You guys put up with the winters where it's cold and slushy, and a lot of people don't like that. However, I do. So just like everyone gets to complain in the winter when it's cold, I get to complain in the summer when it's hot. I'm just going to be that guy. Okay? Corey says, I can see you in the morning on your way to the pool. Hey, Paulette. Nice to see you. Yeah, I can see myself not ever leaving the pool. We had a pool for the longest time, then we got rid of it. It was just too much work, and the thing broke down all the time. The liners were terrible. Anyway, I wish my daughter much success with this one. I have stayed out of it. Interesting suggestion, Mr. Rob Shepley. Paulette says, yes, better than the cold. I firmly and 100% disagree, but that is the beauty of living in Essex County, is we each get our own time. And I'm definitely not aboard the cold is better camp. No way, shape, or form. Well, Rob, I know the song Conjunction Junction, but I don't really, like, I know Conjunction Junction, what's your function? Hooking up words and phrases and clauses. Conjunction Junction, what's your function? Got 3 favorite cars to get most of my job done. Conjunction Junction, what's their function? I got and, but, or, and they'll get you pretty far. Yeah, I'd have to listen to it again to get more of the... I mean, everybody remembers. Everybody remembers that. Schoolhouse Rock, man. Schoolhouse Rock. All right, let's see here. I'm going to play this tune. This tune, it's a song about a family friend, and I have a friend who is losing a family friend today, a pet, and I think that it's all too often that we forget that to a lot of folks, pets are very real members of the family, and it's brutal when we have to lose them. Mr. Kevin Reno joins us on Twitch, just in time for the tune. Hey, Athena. Yes, I copped out and grabbed the first shirt in the drawer. I do have some awesome Sesame Street shirts coming. Like, I'm talking The Count. I'm talking Bert. Okay? We got some high-class stuff on its way from the shores of Amazonia. Here we go. Had an uncle named Matthew, was his father's only boy. born just south of Colby, Kansas, was his mother's pride and joy. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold is a windy Kansas wheat field. Blue is just Kansas summer sky. And all the stories that he told me back when I was just a lad, all the memories that he gave me, and all the good times that he had. Growing up a Kansas farm boy, life was mostly having fun, riding on his daddy's shoulders, behind the mule beneath the sun. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a wind to Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. Well, I guess there were some hard times, and I'm told some years were lean. They had a storm in 47. Twister came and stripped him clean. He lost the farm, lost his family. He lost the wheat, lost his home. But he found a family Bible. Faith as solid as a stone. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a wind to Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. So he came to live at our house, and he came to work the land, came to ease my daddy's burden, and he came to be my friend. So I wrote this down for Matthew, and it's for him this song is sung. Riding on his daddy's shoulders, behind a mule beneath the sun. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a wind to Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a wind to Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. Ah, yes, the finata at the end. Let's see. Do I know the song 500 Miles? You sure bet I do. We can do that for sure. And then Mark Chichkin, Shores of Amazonia. That's right. The shores of I'm a reputable trader with the people of Amazonia. They provide me things for my shelter. Rob Shepley says, "Can you play Glory Days?" Well, I'd like to meet the person who can't. Awesome. Great job on the requests there, folks. And hello, Ashley Rose. Bottle of vodka. I would really like some because my house is currently as dry as a bone. Well, now this has two different beats to it, doesn't it? It has like a... It's got a second beat in there. Gotta remember to turn the mic off when we're looping. Try it again. That'll work. Je t'aime. Now we're just waiting on words. Always the last thing to happen because of the stupid tablet. Oh, and all these folks that don't want to put in the actual lyrics. Okay, perfect. Well, let's go outside our little app and we'll consult the mighty Google machine. You'll notice that I said, I know the song, I didn't know the lyrics. But it doesn't matter, you've got this lovely beat going on. You guys are going to be so sick of this song by the time it's done. All right, let's try it. When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. When I go out, oh yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. Or if I get drunk, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets drunk next to you. And if I heave up, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's leaving into you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door when I'm working. Yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. When the money comes in for the work I do, I'll pass almost every penny on to you. When I come home, you know I'm gonna be the man who comes back home to you. And if I grow old, when I grow old, you know I'm gonna be the man who's growing old with you. But I will walk 500 miles and I will walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. Buy the vodka, la 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 la. Buy the vodka, la 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 la. When I'm lonely, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who's lonely without you. When I'm dreaming wet dreams, I know I'm gonna dream about the time when I'm with you. When I go out, you know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. When I come home, you know I'm gonna be the man who comes back home with you. I'm gonna be the man who's coming home with you. I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at you. you saw my second Proclaimer. The song's fun, but it requires two people, right? When I go out. That was my little Muppet voice. The little Muppet guy singing down here. When I go out. Anyway. I had to do the it was a tradition in the Source when we would play that song. Nino would say, when I'm dreaming wet dreams. So that was for Nino and anyone who's ever seen the Source live. Glory days, eh? Okay, we can do that. Let's see if we can get that. There's an organ in there. I had a friend who was a big baseball player back in high school. He could throw that speedball by you, make you look like a fool, boy. Saw me the night down at this roadside bar. I was walking in, he was walking out. He went back inside, sat down, had a few drinks, but all he kept talking about was glory days. Well, they'll pass you by, glory days. In the wink of a young girl's eye, glory days, glory days. There's a girl that lives up the block. Back in school, she could turn all the boys' heads. Sometimes on a Friday, I'd stop by and have a few drinks. After she put her kids to bed, her husband Bobby, well, they split up. I guess it's 2 years gone by now. We just sit around, talk about the old times. She says when she feels like crying, she starts laughing, thinking about glory days. Well, they'll pass you by, glory days. In the wake of a young girl's eye, glory days, glory days. All right, boys, what's your word talking about? Woo! Think I'm going down to the well tonight. I'm gonna drink till I get my fill. I hope when I get old I don't sit around just, thinking about it. But I probably will. Yeah, just sitting back, trying to recapture a little of the glory of. Well, the time slips away, leaves you with nothing, mister, but boring stories of glory days. Where they'll pass you by, glory days. Wink of a young girl's eye, glory days, glory days. Well, they'll pass you by, glory days. In the wink of a young girl's eye, glory days. Would have been cooler if I could have hit the pedal to stop everything at the same time. But we were close. Close, good enough. All right, well, we got 3 minutes before our first guest. Just enough time to do another song. Ashley says, yes, 1 week until 300. You know it. 300 hours streamed. I would never have believed it when we started this crazy little journey. But that is where we're at. Let's do this tune. It's a nice, quick one. I'm on fire. Actually, I did it the other day because I discovered this little patch. Check this out. Check this out. Isn't that cool? It's like the exact same sound practically. It's amazing. All right. We'll do that one. We'll do that one in a bit. Get your boat to England, baby. Maybe to Spain. Wherever I have gone. Wherever I've been and gone. Wherever I have gone. Send out for whiskey, baby. Send out for gin. Me and room service, honey. Me and room service, babe. Me and room service, well, we're living a life of sin. When I ain't drinking, baby, you are on my mind. When I ain't sleeping, honey, I ain't sleeping, mama. When I ain't sleeping, well, you know you'll find me crying. Get your boat to England, baby. Maybe to Spain. Wherever I have gone. Wherever I've been and gone. Wherever I have gone. The blues around the game. Living is a gamble, baby. Loving's much the same. Wherever I have played, wherever I throw those dice, wherever I have played, the blues are run the game. Maybe when I'm older, baby, someplace down the line, I'll wake up older, so much older, mama. I'll wake up older and I'll just stop all my trying. Catch a boat to England, baby, maybe to Spain. Wherever I've been and gone, wherever I've been and gone, wherever I have gone, the blues are all the same. Cut that one short so we don't cut into too much of the time of our first guest. Plus, not many people know that song, but it's a great old song. That was the Paul Simon version. All right, well, let's get our first guest on the line here. For those of you who have been diligently watching the guest placards, you'll see that we're going to be talking with Corey Robertson, who is currently the Community Partnerships Manager at Security One. He's also on the board of directors of the Bank Theatre. He's the director of theater programming, and formerly he was the program director and afternoon drive host at CHYR. So he's going to be able to tell me a thing or two about how terribly I'm doing with my radio voice. That's what I think we got going on. Okay, so I've got him on here. He's already got his camera in landscape mode like a true professional. I love it. Nothing to explain. Here we go. Mr. Corey Robertson, are you there, sir?
Hey there, Chris.
Hey, my friend, how are you doing?
I'm awesome.
Well,
I'm loving listening to the tunes.
oh, well, thank you very much. That's very flattering of you to say, and your check will be in the mail tomorrow. So I appreciate that.
may have to give a little bit to the Reed brothers for your artistic license.
Yes, just a bit, just a bit. Um, let me start with the first question, which is the most important question of all my guests, and that is yourself and those around you. Everybody happy and healthy and okay?
Everybody's healthy and happy for the most part, but I got to tell you, I've said to lots of people in lots of different ways, self-isolating is hard, and it's hard on all of us, and I think it's okay to say that. And it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to tell other people that. So, outside of, I got COVID hair, so I got to wear a hat, and you get kind of pent up inside the house.
Yeah.
But other than those things, you can't complain when the family is healthy and happy and the kids are happy and healthy. That's all that ever matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Tell me a little bit about what it is that you're doing now. And we can talk about the other hats that you've worn over your non-COVID hair in the past. But tell us a little bit about what it is that you're doing now with Security One.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I've worked there for about 9 years now. So I'm the manager of community partnerships. Basically, I do marketing and in that sort of stuff. A lot of community outreach. So it's still a nice creative outlet to be in. And certainly, I never would have thought so up until literally the last 3 months. But what a secure job to have, because it's the kind of job that I've been extremely fortunate that I'm still gainfully employed through what's been going on the last 3 or 4 months. So basically it's a marketing type of job, and have a lot of fun with it, and get that creative angle.
Yeah. It sounds fun. How is that industry doing? Because we're now in the age of this. Where all this technology has become so ultimately accessible to everyone. And anybody can go out and pick up a security system from somewhere, or some cameras and things like that. What is it that a firm like Security One does for us that we can't get on our own? And I hope that doesn't come across as an ignorant question. It's just because the technology has landed so readily in a lot of people's laps.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest thing is the professional monitoring, that the company, is able to provide. But I think beyond that, some good advice and expert tips, and that's where a lot of what I do comes in. I'm able to put together blogs and video pieces and different types of things that say, look, at above and beyond you spending money with the company, here's some smart things that you should and can do to keep yourself, your family, and your home safe. You can make sure you've got lights that come on, motion activated lights. You can put bars on windows. Make sure you've got a good solid deadbolt. So there's the advice side, there's the professional consultation side, and certainly I think the biggest advantage is the actual professional monitoring, and being able to react in the case of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that cannot be underestimated. The fact that you've basically got somebody kind of watching your back all the time is fantastic. Is there anything, speaking of things that people should be wary of or concerned about, often we find ourselves in times of crisis like this, or in times of uncertainty, that, the more vulnerable in our society are preyed upon by the more clever criminal element. Is there anything going on right now that folks need to be a little bit extra vigilant about?
Always, but I think right now, there's a lot of these different Facebook groups that are like the watch groups in lots of different communities around, the city and the county. And, I think the biggest thing is always been the smash and grab criminal. I think the one thing it's unfortunate to say this, but it is the truth. Desperate times sometimes make otherwise good people make poor decisions. And so it's, the smash and grab guy is looking for that easy opportunity. You forgot to clean up your yard tools. You left an awesome, your tools out, or the kids' bikes outside. You left those things out. inviting opportunity. Not locking the door, not closing the windows, those sorts of things, making it obvious that you're not home. Makes it easier for somebody to make that poor decision and say, you know what, it's a desperate time, and I just all I need to do is grab a flat screen TV or a PS4 or Blu-ray player or something like that I can easily get a couple $100 for.
Yeah. How important is it to augment any kind of security system that you have right now with, like my house is decked floor to ceiling with smart this and smart that. There's bulbs and appliances and lamps and all this nonsense.
Yeah.
And I can create all these complex routines, that emulate, somebody being up at all hours or whatever. How important are things like that for homeowners to kind of keep on top of or help to supplement the security system? Do they really do these things as advertised and kind of deter people?
Very important. Yes, they do. And in fact, they're integrated into whatever you can buy nowadays. So, any security system that you can get anywhere nowadays is going to have all of the capability for all of those things. The ability to, we call it setting scenes, but I love the way you put it too. Just, setting up all these wild, ideas that make it look like your home, turns your lights on, turn your lights off. But there's an element of automation to it, so that you can unlock smart deadbolts, turn on smart lights, and lower a smart thermostat. But to that end, it's also a little bit of energy management, right? Like you're lowering your thermostat every single day. It's bound to save you a few bucks.
Sure.
It's not going to break the bank, but it's going to save you a few bucks.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Part of the thing that people were really concerned about when credit cards first came out with these RFID tags, right? We know them now as the tap and pay system, and they were concerned that people can walk up behind you with their machine preloaded for a certain amount and just kind of ding, take it off your card right there. Have you seen, or has the industry been alerted to anything in terms of the hackable smart home? Are there steps that folks like, idiots like me that buy every single smart device that's on the market should kind of keep in mind when we're setting these things up?
100%. So while that RFID technology isn't specifically what a security system is going to do, really all you need to do is buy a wallet that protects against that. But for what you're talking about, 100%. There's a great part we use called the Bit Defender, and what it does is it enrolls into your Wi-Fi system in your house, and therefore every single smart device you just referred to. So whether it's your gaming system that's online, maybe you got one of those smart fridges, that's connected to the internet, your thermostat, your air conditioner, all of the things that we now have that are smart in our homes that are connected to your Wi-Fi, those by their very nature are hackable, absolutely. So there are devices that you can get that tie into a security system that are going to protect all of those smart devices, including your phone, even when you leave the bubble of your house. As long as it got enrolled in the first place, anywhere you go, that phone's going to stay protected. And I think my favorite part of this kind of technology is that because your phones and tablets and gaming systems are enrolled into it, there's actually, if you get really good ones, they actually have AI features in them that have the ability to recognize cyberbullying.
Oh, wow.
And it's going to pick up on language. It's going to pick up on inappropriate pictures. So if you've got, like I do, a couple teenagers, what a wonderful feeling knowing that if somebody's sending texts or tweets that are bullying or harassing or just inappropriate, I can get a notification. It's some pretty powerful stuff, and very, very, very important to protect those smart devices.
Yeah, that's incredibly cool content filtering for sure.
Yeah, it's neat.
Do you think that there's a danger, or have you run into this, when we have people that have all these smart devices and connected homes and Internet of Things and all that kind of stuff? Do they tend to kind of maybe overly rely on that to provide them with almost a false sense of security, where a true security system can, completely augment that?
Yeah, I think the biggest form of that false sense of security is in saying, oh, I can just self-monitor it. Like, there's a lot of things you can buy now that'll just ring your phone, buzz your phone, certainly those doorbells and things like that. There's lots of different systems that you can just buy in a package, and it'll alert your phone. And I think that the false sense of security there comes from the idea that, again, I go just to my life. My kids are teenagers, so I've just got, I fight a losing battle, but I really try to say, look, at no cell phones at the dinner table.
Yeah.
Right. It's a losing battle, but
Yeah.
still. So, but it's to my point is that, do you respond to your phone every single time it buzzes? When you're having dinner, if you've gone out, if you go to the movies, if you go grocery shopping,
Yeah, of
if you're
course
on a
not.
date,
Yeah.
you are whatever, if you're sound asleep, right? Are you going to respond every single time? That's where I think, my biggest concern for somebody in terms of that false sense of security would be.
Yeah, I think it's truly like the boy who cried wolf, right? Your phone dings 1.5 million times because you're getting tweet of Aunt Ethel's cat, and then the one time you're like, okay, I don't need to see another cat pic is actually the guy breaking into your house. That would be my scenario. That's how it would work for me.
Sure.
Another really big area of concern for a lot of folks now, I think, is the fact that because we've been put into this isolation mode and we're on lockdown, and the simple act of consuming has gotten so complicated and arbitrary with what are we doing curbside pickup, are we doing delivery, who knows. A lot of places or a lot of folks are turning to delivery or courier services now to bring their items to their porches, and this concept of porch pirates is now a real thing where somebody will be kind of monitoring your neighborhood. They'll see a truck or a delivery truck or a delivery van or whatever vehicle go by. They'll watch the package get put on your porch. They'll wait till the thing goes away. They'll pop up on your porch, grab the package, and off they go. Is this a new kind of phenomenon? I mean, I'm sure it's been around for a while, but is this something that's kind of on the rise, and what can we do to kind of help protect ourselves against that?
For sure. Honestly, it's the doorbell that I just talked about, that I just mentioned. Whether it's a standalone, you see the commercials on TV, you can get the standalone. It does come to your own app, or one that's properly integrated into a security system. But the point being, those video doorbells, when they ding dong on your phone, the idea is that you can see who's at your door before you open it. Well, a lot of those cameras, the good ones, are going to also have motion activated in front of it. So now when somebody comes up to your door and then turns around and goes away, that's going to capture a video event and push that to the cloud to your phone as well. And now you can check and see. So, do I think Porch Pirate is on the rise? I think it's definitely always been there. And I think that, like everything else, because we have the ability to talk about these things on our social media networks, it's more obvious than it was before. But
Sure.
I think it's always been an issue. So we now have you now have technology on your side where you can say, if you're expecting a package from Amazon, you can be at work, you can get the ding dong on your phone, you can open up your deadbolt, turn on the light, let the guy come in, put it down in your front foyer, let him close the door, and then bang, you lock the deadbolt, you turn the lights off, and you rearm your system.
It's amazing.
There, man, and it's pretty cool.
It is pretty amazing. And I wonder, you touched on something there, and that was, the fact that we are so inundated now with all this information, in terms of, I think that people get a real sense that the world is not a safe place. But I wonder how much of that is actually true, how much crime has actually increased, as opposed to how much coverage of crime has increased thanks to the 24-hour news cycle.
Oh, that's a great insight. Absolutely. It's way more obvious. We talk about it. There's, like I mentioned before, there's Facebook watch groups in almost every community. So now you've just got, and this is a good thing, that you've got neighbors going, oh, I saw somebody, coming up and down the alley at the middle of the night, or I heard some glass breaking. So those are good things, but we now have so many more avenues to talk about these things. The media, obviously, it's big. It's a sensational media world that we live in. Everything needs to be sensationalized nowadays.
Yeah.
So it seems that way, but I don't. I think much, and I feel the same way about the COVID situation that's going on. you can't live your life in fear. You do, you live your life as smart as you can. You follow the advice as best we can. So if we're being advised, stay in, don't gather in groups of 5, wear a mask, wash your hands, use hand sanitizer. Just like we're saying, make sure that you, before you go to bed at night, close your windows, lock the doors, set your security system, put a camera up, do all these things, and know that it's so much more. Like when I have fun marketing these things because it's so much more than just the security system. It's almost like, oh yeah, and it's a security system, because to me it's like I'm controlling my lights. I can tell when my kids come in and out. I can protect the liquor cabinet. Those sorts of things, right? I can use it to my personal life,
Yeah.
and be connected to the things that are important to me. And oh yeah, and there's a level of protection there too.
Yeah, and speaking of this level of protection, somebody just Joe Tessier in the comments here made a point, and I want to address it. He said, "Buy a gun." Now, here's the thing. What I don't get is and maybe you can shed some light on this because you're certainly in a position of better education in terms of this industry. But does the well-armed homeowner actually make a difference in the terms of preventing crime in the home, or are we starting to see that because I think it's important to remember that just simply going out and purchasing a gun does not make you a trained marksman. And my concern is that if people adopt the "let's go buy guns" philosophy, now we've got a lot of trigger happy homeowners that are freaking out in the middle of the night when a glass
Yep.
breaks, and are we really letting ourselves in for more trouble than we're worth?
Sure. So I'm just going to assume that every gun owner we're referring to is completely legal and responsible and doing things the right way. So therefore, I guess I just might respectfully suggest that in the time that it takes you to recognize the potential need for it, you're then going to go and get your keys so that you can go to wherever your gun cabinet is, fumble with your keys, unlock your gun cabinet, then go to wherever it is in separate from that gun cabinet where you keep the ammunition. You're going to unlock that, and then, right, that's a lot of time that's gone by. And I might suggest that the guns are a beautiful collection and are themselves worth protecting. And you can put an asset protector on a gun cabinet that is the same thing that I would put on my liquor cabinet. Would alert me that if that door were to open. So I'm protecting the investment I've made in that great collection as to why I got the gun in the first place. Maybe I do like to go to the range. Maybe I'm a hunter, so
Yeah.
I've probably purchased something fairly nice,
Yeah.
and it's probably a decent investment that's worth protecting, like everything else in my house.
Yeah, and I should have said at the outset that I don't want anybody to misinterpret this as being either pro or anti-gun stance. I mean, I could care less. It really doesn't matter to me. What my concern is the fellow that gets woken up out of a dead sleep in the middle of an emergency at 4 o'clock in the morning now suddenly finds himself in the position of John Rambo, and that to me is a little terrifying, because I'm not convinced that the majority of people are as cool-headed or as level-headed as they like to think they are. So
I would,
yeah,
sure, I'd probably agree with that, and I definitely would say, that's why I want to rely on the trained professionals.
yeah.
Our frontline heroes and responders in the police department.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, and again, if people want to own guns, own guns. That's
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah. I say they're worth protecting.
Absolutely. I mean, and you're right. They are an investment, and there's no reason that you can't be a collector of things and you can't appreciate different things. And then to your point, it's an excellent way to protect that investment. What do you find is categorically the thing that people tend to overlook the most when they're considering a security system?
I think you're over. I would say that it's the idea that any security system can also monitor and protect what we call life safety devices. So I can have smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, flood sensors, sump pump monitors, those sorts of things that add another layer of protection to my home that goes way beyond, the burglary aspect of a security system. Because
Sure.
look at if your sump pump stops, if it starts to back up, and it's the difference between you got something to mop up or you're renovating your basement for another $10,000 because the water rose. Same thing with obviously carbon monoxide. I mean, it's the silent killer, right? It's you don't know that there's carbon monoxide, and what are the symptoms? You got a headache and you feel kind of crappy that
Weird.
day,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's any given Tuesday for me, right?
I was just gonna say that's pretty much Monday to
So
Friday.
yeah, I think that's something that's often overlooked. You've got that life safety angle.
Yeah, for sure. If I were to be considering moving residences somewhere else in the city, and is there some place that I can go and obtain some kind of information on which areas are more prone to, either break-ins or break and enter, or maybe violent crime outside the home? Is there some kind of
Yep.
resource that we can look at as citizens and say, you know what, maybe I don't want to live in that area?
Different communities, different cities have those different resources. We're also in the London market. The Crime Stoppers organization in London has their own this really amazing web tool. It's called Crime Watch, and it literally is what you're asking. It's a map of the city, and they drop little pins on it that denote different types of crime. This was an auto crime. This was a B&E. This was an assault, so on and so forth. And then you can see in those communities. So I'm not aware of there being something like that in the city of Windsor, but I would always advise calling those sorts of organizations, your Crime Stoppers, Neighborhood Watch. They're another great community resource. And if it really is, if the area or community really is that foreign to you, call the non-emergency police line. They're there to help, right? They're
Yeah,
there to help us.
yeah, absolutely. Great answer. Oh, now I had a question. Now I was so impressed with that answer. Now it's just flown out of my head. No, curse you. Oh yeah, so we mentioned a couple times this concept of neighborhood watches. This used to be a thing that was really prevalent, back in our parents' day more than it is in our day, and there's this real. It's one of those fine lines, isn't it, between looking out for the well-being of the people in your community and then the whole snitches get stitches kind of mentality. And how do you work to educate people that looking out for your neighbor is actually a good thing and not a Karen, let me speak to the manager thing?
Yeah, it really is. We've had a lot of conversations with friends and colleagues as it relates specifically to the social distancing guidelines that are now law in the province of Ontario. And what do you do when your neighbor is clearly having a backyard bonfire with 15 people in the backyard? What do you do when it's clear that the house across the street is clearly there's 3 or 4 vehicles in the driveway. They clearly have company. There's clearly a dinner party going on. And there you have that first feeling, but I think that what the important thing is that again it's our health professionals are telling us this is what you need to do to protect yourself. This is what you need to do to be safe. So am I telling on you, or am I keeping you safe? Do I really not have your best interest in mind when I call to break up the backyard bonfire? It's not because I wish I was having a bonfire. I do wish I was having a bonfire, but it's because I'm concerned for our collective community safety. So I mean, I guess I would just say what I say to my kids. When they say, my sister got me in trouble. I'm like, she didn't get you in trouble. You got yourself in trouble. You're the one who did what you weren't supposed to do.
That's right. Yeah, no, sometimes it's amazing how sometimes when you reduce it like that to its very common, simple elements, like, yes, think of it like there's a bunch of kids acting out of in disobedience. That's how you take care of the problem. And when they come back at you and say, well, why did you snitch on me? You say, well, I wouldn't have had to if you would have just been doing what you were supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And next time, invite me to the bonfire.
And I think it's also okay to say, look, there wasn't any offense intended. I really honestly have everybody's best intentions,
Sure.
or you can stay anonymous. That's what Crime Stoppers is for.
Exactly. At least they do kind of make an effort to protect the anonymity in case people are
Yeah.
concerned about being called out for snitching, I guess. Sarah Blanchard in the comments pops in and says, I feel like Neighborhood Watch was awesome when I was a kid. If I would have had a problem, I would have been comforted to go there, but now they're probably pedos, and she raises an interesting point, though. I mean, it's comical, but it's a salient point in the sense that
Sure.
because of this paranoia that we've been fed by the 24-hour news cycle, we really kind of are looking twice at our neighbors and our close inhabitants of our communities, and I wonder if that does a disservice to the Neighborhood Watch.
I remember when I was a kid, Neighborhood Watch was the type of program that as a kid, you literally, if you saw the sign in the window, you knew you could go up to that house, knock on the door, and everything would be okay. And there was the idea behind the program was that you were vetted if you wanted to have that sign in your window. If you wanted to be part of that program, you were vetted by that organization. So it's really just a question of, does the organization still, have a grasp in your community? Are those inroads already there? I think we've got a great opportunity on our hands right now as we slowly start to open things up and we adjust to the new normal of life post pandemic. And we've all had 2-3 months to reevaluate what's important to us. And the biggest thing that I think, at least me, the biggest thing I'm missing is that interaction with my friends, with even my work colleagues, and neighbors, and going for a walk and running into people. And I think we've got this great opportunity to, that those sorts of things may become more important again. This we start to get to know our neighbors again, and we start to sort of have little backyard barbecues for the neighborhood and little block parties and little. I remember when I was younger too, they used to always have, like, the whole street would have a garage sale on the same day.
Yeah.
Right? Because you were just kind of in tune with each other. And I think we've certainly drifted away from that, but I think we have an opportunity for that, because it's certainly what I'm craving and what I'm missing is that interaction of just getting out there and, hey buddy, how are you, and high five and handshakes and hugs and all that good stuff.
Now, I will say that I come from a family of Finns, and Finns are known for coming out of the womb already practicing social distancing. So we are not the most overtly friendly of people in the sense that we like our personal space. And there was a time, I'm sure there still is a time, I couldn't tell you who lives next door to me. I really couldn't. I have no idea. My wife, on the other hand, knows everybody all the way up and down the block. And I wonder if one of the silver linings that we're going to see of that is that, because, like you said, we've been shut up in this isolation for so long, that we're going to be really ready to stretch our social wings, and it might make those communities a little more close knit when we come out of this, because people will want to go outside and talk to their immediate neighbors about how they were coping and how things are going. And I think one of the things that really warms my heart is that I've seen people up and down the street, going to their neighbors' homes and saying, hey, I'm just popping out for some essentials at the grocery store. Do you need anything while I'm there? So I think that's a really heartwarming thing, that we're starting to see this, benevolence toward the community start to come back. And I'm really, really hopeful that kind of, takes hold, right?
Me too. Yeah.
Let's jump away from the serious business of security and go into the completely and utterly depressing business of show business now. And that is, with your involvement with the Bank Theater, and for those folks who don't know, the Bank Theater is an absolutely wonderfully restored or renovated theater in Leamington that provides a near perfect experience acoustically, for anybody that wants to go see any kind of performance there. And it was such a long time in the making. I was very good friends with Ursula Thiessen when this was just a dream in these people's eyes, and I was fortunate enough to kind of vicariously watch it come to be. and then we're gearing up for this big year of awesome productions that are coming up, and then COVID. So, as the program director of the Bank Theater, talk a little bit about how this has affected the calendar year.
Yeah. Yeah. So why am I involved in it in the first place? So I actually, my background is a BFA in music theater from Windsor, and so you know what where you see, you grew up practicing social distancing. I grew up in a drama club where you showed up every day, and it was like, oh, I haven't seen you for 3 hours, give me a hug. So the Bank Theater has been a labor of love, and depending on who you talk to. So Urs is still very much involved to this day. So some people tell you, boy, we've been laboring on this for 5 years, and then the other half of the room will say, "You kidding me? We've been petitioning town council for 10 years." Then you got the other guys that say, "We used to sit in the coffee shop in the 90s
and jaw this over."
So to some people, this is 20, 25 years in the making.
Yeah.
To do this. So really, where the numbers really get serious are where we got given the property from the municipality of Leamington, and at a lease. And so we did the fundraising, and the first step was it was literally an old Bank of Montreal in Uptown Leamington. And so they did this fundraising to raise the roof so that they could make it higher, so that you could put a stage, have a nice proscenium arch, have a fly area up above with your lights, and bring in fly-in sets and all that kind of cool stuff. And they accomplished it, and it was quite a feat. And off they went. Well, then they said, well, what if we dreamed a little bit bigger? What if we really, did the place up? And that's where the real, 5-6 years ago number comes into play. That's when the municipality of Leamington said, all right, if you guys can raise $400,000 on your own, we will match it dollar for dollar. And we did it. So that means we had $800,000. We continued to fundraise up to the point of about $1.2 million.
Wow.
And that gave us the ability to do what's been done. And I got to tell you, the way that I am so proud to hear the way you described as a musician being in that theater, because the acoustics, we put so much effort and so, just some really incredibly bright people that know how to mix a room, and how a room needs to sound, and how you build a room to accomplish those things. We put so much energy and, frankly, money into it so that it would do just that. And I'll tell you, I think for all of us, one of the last shows that we had before we had to shut down was the Windsor Symphony Orchestra came out to Leamington and played a show called Little Night Music. And it was the entire string section of the symphony orchestra, and we did not mic a single instrument, not
Wow.
one. And you could hear that stand-up bass you just slap it, and you could just hear it through the whole room. It just made everybody on the board kind of go, it's exactly what we tried. It's exactly what we wanted.
That's what $1.2 million buys you right there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is amazing, and I think it's been so highly regarded and well received by that community. How important is it for communities like Leamington to make investments like that in the kind of the social infrastructure of the community, as opposed to just say, we'll make the 45-minute drive to Windsor? If you give the community there something that they can take advantage of like that, where they don't have to make a drive outside their community, are they more apt to use it? Do you see that, when it became available to them, you were inundated with things to do?
100%. So the studies are there. The studies are there on art tourism, and the new thing in tourism that you'll hear when we talk to our friends and colleagues at the municipality. I spent a lot of time at the Chamber of Commerce as well, and the studies are there, and it tells us that the average art tourist will spend $219 a day. Now, I'm always going to come with somebody else, so now that's two people spending that. And they're also willing to drive 300 kilometers. So it's not a heck of a trek to get there, but I'm unlikely to say, look, if I'm going that far and I'm spending that much money, I'll probably stop and grab a bite to eat. I'll probably do a little bit of shopping because there's a cute uptown. And you know what? Let's stay. So we'll have a drink after the show or whatever the experience that you came for was. So let's stay in the hotel. So that's really what it does. So the new thing in tourism that you're really going to hear a lot about as we approach 2021 and again in a post-pandemic world, you're really going to hear the phrase experiential tourism, and it's people paying to want to come and have an experience and to be a part of that experience. So if you can offer that, and I think that by investing in things like theaters, and then the shows that go along with it, it's not only where a community tells its stories, but it's where communities come and gather and break bread and socialize, and you see the experience, the show that was up on the stage, and it's it's important culturally and economically, and we know that the studies are there.
Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent point that you raise, and so often we're very myopic when we look at these things and say, "Wow, somebody built a theater, that's great." But what we don't see is the trickle effect that it's going to have when you have, essentially what you've done is you've created a destination, right? It's
Yeah.
like having a destination bar or a destination club or a destination venue where people will go and invest in the local economy because they want to take part in that. So thank you for bringing that up, because that I think that's a huge part of it that most people don't kind of comprehend.
Sure. Yeah, it's really true. If I book the band at the theater, what's in your rider?
Well,
What's in your guys' rider? Do I like? And now I got to go and buy it, right?
yeah.
So I'm going to go to the local restaurant and I'm going to get your dinner and I'm going to get your beverages from somewhere. I got to put you up in a hotel somewhere. And the same thing, so it's not just the people that want to come and see the show. Like I still have to do business to get the business. So
Yeah.
it just trickle down effect doesn't stop. And that's really important for people to understand when you say, why would the town invest $400,000 into a theater? They're going to do plays, and can't bands just play at bars? Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you could, sure, but why would they do that when my street's terrible? You could have redone my street and my
Yeah.
sewers and my sidewalks. Those are all all of them work together, and I think that's honestly it's why you plan a budget, right? Because they're
Yeah.
all important and they're all going to work together if done right.
Yeah, and they're not mutually exclusive. I get the same burr under my skin when I hear people complain about the bright lights Christmas display. We spent all this money on lights and we should have spent it on homelessness or street repair. Well, guess what? You can toss all the money you want at these problems and they're not going to go away. And the minuscule amount you spend on something that gives you a certain amount of civic pride and makes it, again, more of a destination for people to come and spend money within the city, that then adds to that tax revenue that you can then take that extra money and use it to do things like fix your roads and address the homeless situation. So, I think it's important that, like you said, we recognize the overall value that something like that brings in, which, brings up two excellent points for me. One was, I can't remember whether it was, I think it was Socrates that said that the greatness of a society is measured by its leisure time. And that is, fundamentally true in the sense that we can make all the widgets that we want, but really the things that we remember about a society afterward are the way that it spent its time in leisure. And the second thing is, boy, I really need to make a rider for the band. I never really thought about that before, but boy, I need to get on that. That's no brown M&Ms for sure. Let's talk a little bit about media, because you were also involved in CHYR.
Yep.
I did say that right, did I not? Okay, good.
Yeah. Yep.
We're starting to see now sort of a decentralization of information, and especially the way that we consume information and entertainment. We've seen, traditional networks give way to streaming networks and kind of, pop up on demand networks that are now producing original content. We're starting to see more and more folks do things obviously in a much more professional and better capacity than I'm doing it, but turning to the streaming media side of things in order to present information. Do you think that, especially given the accessibility of technology and the way that we are kind of adapting to consuming via streams, is this a technology and a way of delivering information that's going to become even more part of our routine in the future? And what does that mean for traditional media?
I mean this sincerely when I say this. You're the future. What you're doing right now, right here, this is it. This is the future. Um, because what do you need? You need a little bit of equipment, little bit. But the right now we're at a point with this kind of with this type of casting, streaming. We as a consumer, we're willing right now. We're still very willing to say I don't need the visual to be the best quality. We're not demanding that yet, and we see that in marketing across the board. I mean, even with what I do in my day job, just anything that looks homemade is that's what every major companies, that's what marketing is starting to look like now. You don't want it to look like you had $1 million budget and a Hollywood crew to produce it. So I think that this type of stuff, live streams and podcasting, are undeniably the future. But your question, and at least the way I take it, is what does that do? What does that do to traditional media? Um, the media will never go away. It's the players that will go away, that the ones that don't get it, the ones that refuse to react, the ones that think they're Blockbuster, if I can kind of pull that analogy.
Wow, yeah,
right?
no, that's great. Yeah.
When Netflix was coming on and they said, we're Blockbuster, we're huge. People want to look at their movies and hold them and take them, and they refused to adapt. They could have had a streaming service. They could have done something. So with traditional media, radio and television, they're already recognizing it. If you think about it, just think of whoever you listen to on the radio right now. Do they not say as soon as their shift is over, and listen to the podcast after I get off?
That's right.
The air?
Yeah. Or
Because they have to.
for additional information, please visit the website / program name.
And then they're still putting video content on their social media streams because they have to. If you're not there, you're being missed. So if I stick on radio, radio's never ever going to go away. It'll change, and you can always commercial radio. You'll always be able to make money off it because you're always going to have local,
Mm-hmm.
or at least you have the ability to have it. So I say people don't adapt and change and accept it. They're the ones that are going to go away.
Sure.
So you're always going to have local. You're always going to have that ability to penetrate. Like radio is the single most intrusive media still. It's the most intrusive media that there is. You can take it anywhere. I can take it in the car while I'm
Sure.
driving.
Yeah.
I can take a stream with me. I can take a podcast, yes, but I could have it in the garage. I could have it in the shower. I can have it while I'm falling asleep. I can have it while I'm driving. I can listen to it while I'm at work, so on and so forth. Television, little bit. I can always have it in the corner. But again, they're still going to say, and stream us.
Yeah.
Or, follow us on Twitter, follow us on Facebook. So if you don't adapt to this kind of stuff, that's who's going to get left behind.
Yeah. And you touched on something extremely important in the sense of the local aspect of it. And we've seen over the years, these giant conglomerate companies come in and swoop up all
Yep.
of the media. So the problem is now, like things that are produced in Windsor are really no longer produced in Windsor or have a Windsor feel to them. And sometimes when people watch or listen to their local news, it'll be, and now in London, it's like so I wonder if that kind of shows a little bit of the disparity between trying to maintain a local media presence, and why is that so difficult? Is it because the subscribership is dropping off and we have to try to consolidate these offices? Yep. I guess I agree with you that media is not going to go anywhere. It'll be the players, but doesn't the kind of recent studies or the recent data kind of contradict that a bit, or at least change the narrative a bit?
Yeah, for sure. That's a great point. And I think that what it's harder for the really large companies that not only own, 45 radio stations, but 30 television stations and the Toronto Blue Jays and whatever else they also own. So now it's truly about the bottom line. And that's when you go, oh, well, local is all of southwestern Ontario. People in Windsor will love what we give them from London.
Yeah.
Somebody somewhere else is going to make that decision. The decision's being made based on money, and unfortunately, that leaves out what was always my favorite part of the job: vision, creativity, and finding the local. Here's why I think that will always. I think the smaller guys are going to have an easier time with it. But I think what people I have to grasp onto is the local. I think the proof comes from terrestrial radio, commercial radio. In the 70s and 80s, said you're gonna be done because cable television is here, and it survived. And then the real big blow was in the early 2000s, satellite radio. Nobody's going to listen to regular radio ever again because there's no commercials and I can listen to nonstop music. And not only that,
Yeah,
it's super
narrow. Yeah.
utilized. And radio didn't go away. Why? Because I still want to know how the kids' soccer team did. I want to know how the Windsor Stars performed. I want to know what happened to the Spits. I want to know. I want to see the pictures of the little kids that play Timbit soccer on the website, or on anybody who's still printing paper or whatever. It's the local stuff. I want to know if there's an accident that I need to avoid on my way home from a long day at work. I want to know if I should bring an umbrella or not. I need to know those things.
Sure. I just wonder if sometimes those data sources are now being aggregated by so many other different things. Just and take this for what it is, which is just kind of a devil's advocate conversational sparring here. But could I not at the beginning of the day wake up and say, "Hey Alexa, do I need to take an umbrella to work today? And what's my fastest route to work?" And so on and so forth. And I'm still getting that same kind of
Yep.
that same kind of information. So yeah, I wonder if those same avenues are still made available to us, but just in a different way of interacting with them.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. It's the way that you interact with them, and the way that you make all of your medias work together. I remember in my days in radio, the biggest thing was you had to have the website, and you had to be able to put the playlist on the website, and then it became, but can I listen on the website? Can I go to the website and listen to it? And then it became the social streaming, and then it became the podcasting, and yes, Alexa. And you're hearing some radio stations that get it. They're also saying, hey, you can get us on a podcast.
Yeah.
You can download the podcast and listen to us wherever you go. So the way that, in my opinion, the way that works is that I've identified with the personality, the person that's talking to me on the radio, and I've identified with that local content. I want to, was there any breaking news? Did somebody at City Hall say something stupid again today? I want to know that, and if it happens at my lunch hour, I want to hear that on a quick little news flash. I don't need a half-hour news, but I wouldn't mind a little bit of something
Yeah.
as it's happening. With the Alexa and those types of formats, I have to ask for it,
Sure.
right? I know to ask for it. I have to say, hey, I'm thinking of it now, Alexa, give me the news.
Yeah.
It's raining, that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. Whereas if I'm in a place where I've got the media on in the background, whether it's a television, a radio, I'm streaming something, doesn't matter. Is as something local is important, I need to know now, comes across, then I need to know it.
Yeah.
And so I think when people figure out how to make all of those work together, those are the ones that are going to win in the long term.
I agree. I was fortunate enough to be involved in radio streaming very early on in the Windsor Essex County area. So I've operated a couple of online radio stations that have, actually, one of them's turning 20 years old this year, which is crazy to me.
Nice.
Um, and still has the same kind of success that it did when it started. But I remember that we were put under so many different levels of scrutiny that the traditional radio wasn't. For example, we could list the songs that had played on our website, but we were not allowed to say what was coming up next. And it was the way it was explained to us was that we can't have somebody go and see that we've got XYZ coming up and we're just going to go over to the, I'm like, but that's the whole point. You're missing the big picture about what we're doing here.
It is. You are so right. And it's not fair, is it? It's not fair.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, it's the only industry I've ever heard of anywhere. It's the only industry that is governed by a commission, overseen by the government. Oh God, I'm gonna put on my tinfoil now. So it's governed by a commission that's overseen by the government, and it's the only industry anywhere that if you personally want to open up shop and do one of these things, you have to, when you apply for it, you have to prove unequivocally with your research, you have to prove to the commission that you will not cause me, who already exists, to lose $1 single of advertising revenue. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the marketplace is big enough that when you start getting advertising revenue, it will not take away from the competitor. So to that point, that's what all those other rules are doing too. They're also saying, you can't take away from that already established conglomerate's ability to make advertising revenue. And I guess if you're saying that you're not allowed to tease or front sell the upcoming songs, what you got coming up next, I guess I would just ask myself, like, why? What logic is there behind that?
Yeah, it sort of, to me, when we started, and I was very heavily involved in the DMCA stuff. I actually, some of the stuff that I had typed up went to actually go to be part of a testimonial in Washington from a bunch of independent broadcasters that were asking all these questions. Like, if the whole point is that we're supposed to rise and fall by the free economy and free enterprise, then why the hell do we have these restrictions put on us where I can't affect the other guy's bottom line? That's the very nature of the economic model that the rest of the country lives and dies on. I don't understand.
Right.
Yeah. It's just, it's absolutely crazy. And what I saw was that, basically it was people were afraid of the dollar grab. They were afraid of a new emerging technology that they didn't really understand and didn't understand how much of an impact it was going to have yet. And so it was very much a circle the wagons and protect the investment that we have.
Yep.
That's kind of what, and we basically gave them the 2-finger salute and did what we wanted anyway. Because we're on the internet. What are you going to do? Take my license away? Yep. I don't have a license. We're done.
Right.
But part of the other thing that we always got told when and I remember going and talking with real terrestrial radio broadcasters. This was a big thing for me because I was like 20 something years old, and I'm in the room with a bunch of suits that are asking me how my business model works and so on and so forth. And the thing that they kept throwing back in our faces all the time was that you'll never be local, you'll never be local, you'll never be local. And I'm thinking that the interesting thing right now is I've got one of these. Everybody I know has one of these, which is a portable recording device. I have an army of local reporters that all I have to do is set the word, go, right? And you see things like, there's emerging technologies now that are taking advantage of that. Things like the Windsorite, right? Which is an online news aggregator.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love what Owen does there, man. That's fantastic stuff. That hyper local they were very far ahead of things on that one. The hyper local is exactly what you need to be.
Yeah. And I would argue that, the pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps, grassroots kind of movement of these emerging technologies puts us in a better place to communicate that effectively to other folks. But anyway, that's now we're just rehashing arguments I had with suits 20 some odd years ago. So
the thing is, I'm with you on this one.
Okay, good. All right. the other thing that struck a nerve particularly close to me was, and this is something that I have come to find out just from reading your Facebook profile that you and I shared, and that was the community newspaper. We recently read that all of the Shoreline publications are folding, like they're gone. There's nothing there anymore. And you were at one point for I don't know how long, but you were the editor of the Tecumseh Tribune. I'm assuming that was under Ron Dunn.
You assume correctly, yeah. So it was that in between radio and what I'm doing now, and boy, I really thought, I really hoped that was that was just where I was gonna transition to, right? I was still in the media, still local, didn't have to move to Saskatchewan or anything that. And when I read it was 15 papers, man.
Yeah.
50. Shoreline, the Kingsville Reporter, just God, it was a blow. And I remember speaking to my friend Matt, who was the editor at the Shoreline.
Weingarten?
And yeah. And the thing we were talking about was like, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. I'll find another job. I've had a million jobs, I'll find a million more jobs. It's the community that now doesn't have what I was talking about earlier. I want to see the neighbors. I want to see the kids that win the little soccer trophy and the Timbits playing, and I want to see when a local business donates $5,000 to the hospital, and I want to see those kinds of things. I want to hear what my local town council is doing. I want to see those things. I want to see what the theater is doing, and that's what community papers were giving. I could tell you that if it was an independent, they would have lasted. It was a decision that was made. It was a very, very large company, obviously.
Yeah.
But if you picked up that paper, it certainly was not short of ads. So they were holding their own.
Yeah. Well, why I say it's a personal interest to me as well is that my in-laws owned the Tribune they're the ones that sold it to Ron.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So that whole thing, I remember going to those late night assembly meetings and the late night editorial meetings and so on and so forth, and what a vibrant spirit of local community there was there, and it just seems to be yet another nail in that coffin. It's just sad, and I just saw that on your Facebook profile, and I really quickly wanted to kind of touch upon that because it's neat that
that's neat. That's a neat little weird little connection.
Yeah, very small world. We are rapidly running out of time here when I have to get on to my next guest, but I just haven't wanted to stop the conversation. It's been so great. This is my first time really talking with you, and I really want to thank you, and I appreciate you taking the time to have the conversation and be willing to be a voice in the conversation for sure. I will admit that as I was looking over what you were doing, especially your previous program director and host experience on the radio, that I was my knees were knocking just a little bit because I am what you would definitely call a hardcore amateur, but hopefully I did not do the profession a disservice.
No, I'll get you out right on time. I've been a big fan of what you've been doing since you started this thing. You've had a lot of my friends and colleagues on, from Danny Bastarash to Chuck Silver, and just all sorts of different local musicians that I admire. And I already mentioned what you're doing. This is the future, and thank you for having me on your show. I appreciate being here. Thank you.
Awesome. My heart is full. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Until we meet again, I think we're going to end up revisiting some conversations that we had in the past, and I would certainly like to count you among those if you're willing.
I would love to catch up with you either online or in person when it allows.
All right, sounds good. Until then, to you and yours, be happy and be safe.
Thanks. Be safe, my friend.
All right. Cheers, Corey. Well, look at that. Just unknown folks, previously unknown folks, find out they have all kinds of things in common, and now we're going to be besties. We're gonna have sleepovers and s'mores and all that cool stuff. What a gentleman. I really enjoyed it. And Colleen says in the comments she's never seen Corey in street clothes, always in a suit. It's very refreshing. So there you go. So thank you, Corey, very much for your kind words and for being willing to um, to be on the program. It meant a lot to me, especially to have it's so weird to have folks who do this professionally, and then end up seeing my little bizarre production here. Well, we're going to get right to our next guest because we have gone right into their time, like right up on their time. It's amazing. For those of you who looked at the title cards and you see that my next guest is simply called The Universe featuring Ray. This is Ray Sid Stern is her actual name, and she is an extremely eclectic and fascinating performer from London. And I cannot articulate enough. Any time that you are able to have the opportunity to go see her when she plays is definitely an opportunity you should not waste. I don't want to get too much into it before I get her onto the program. She is live right now. I don't have her I don't have her live right now. I have her connected. I had to change away from the keyboard cam so that she wasn't staring at my knees the entire time. But we're going to go ahead and bring her over right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you The Universe featuring Ray. Hello.
Sorry. Hello. What's going on?
How are you doing?
I'm good. I totally was just like jamming a song out here in Jackson Park, and then like went 2 minutes over. I don't know how many times he called me, but
nope, not
I'm
this
happy.
First time. I was kind of a little paranoid because I was on with the other caller like right up until the time, and I'm like, oh my God, we're right on the time. I have to go. So thank you for waiting.
Of course, that works so good. I literally just finished my song, and then I saw you calling, and I was like, yes. So anyway,
perfect. Yeah. See, The Universe featuring Ray and Chris. Now it's all happening. It's all coming together.
Yeah.
The most important question before we get on to anything else, and that is, are you and those around you, are everybody happy and healthy and safe?
Oh yeah. Luckily, I'm very grateful about that. Everyone is quite happy, healthy, and safe, and yeah, I'm happy. It's like I'm happy that all this stuff going down happened when it did, so that. Like I'm in Jackson Park and there's people out everywhere. Everyone's keeping their distance, but like there's kids like taking their training wheels off and like riding their bikes for the first time, and like I don't know. It's nice to see that kind of stuff going on. We're clapping at some kid. He was like, "I'm riding without training wheels." It's so sick.
You are, buddy. Yeah, you are. It's that Jeff Goldblum moment from Jurassic Park. Really, life finds a way.
Oh yeah, we were like, "Woo!" Yeah.
That's perfect. So I was starting to say at the beginning, and Stacey Donnelly from Rockstar Platinum Room jumps in here and says, "Hi Ray, I love her. She is a must see." And that that is a sentiment that has been expressed to me every time I mention the fact that I've either just been to see a show of yours or I watch something of yours online. The thing that I always get back from people is, "Oh my God, I love her. You have to go see the show. It's amazing." I would heartily agree with that. And the reason is because you do something very different from the traditional performers now, in the sense that you understand you're putting on a show. Where did the idea for the show come from?
Yeah, great question. For me, I feel like it's just, I am inspired by people who put on a show, theatrical performers like David Bowie or, Freddie Mercury, or the singer of the Yeah, Karen O. So, I'm inspired by people who didn't just stand there and play a song. They were like, what else can we bring to the table? And they write the theatrics into their music and stuff. For me, I've always looked at music as like this outlet to be this crazy person that's inside of myself, but like in a space that's like understood, like it's part of a performance,
Sure, yeah.
And so I kind of write, when I write, I basically go down in front of a mirror and I just be the weirdest that I can and kind of perform all by myself. And then those end up turning into songs. And then I take that same way that I performed by myself theatrically on stage. And it's kind of natural in that way. But it's like, I kind of use David Bowie as an example. Like there's moments where he's bringing an extra element to a moment, and I try to do that in certain moments. Like you can feel when it's like, here's a moment to make something happen. And I try to kind of like build on those moments and make them kind of more special. So
Yeah. Well, and it certainly does work. I mean, that's exactly how it comes across. You are watching a visual performance, and whether or not you dig the music that's going on, which most people do, there's another element there for you to enjoy. And I think that that's kind of the most important thing. To me, it is anyway. Where does the inspiration come for these characters that you create when you're on stage? Because, you know, the character that you are right now is very different from the character that I saw at any number of different shows in terms of costuming and things like that. How did these ideas come to you? Is it just kind of like the universe is speaking to you in a certain way, or?
in some sense, yeah. Like the way I would kind of like verbalize it is that when I'm writing certain songs, like for instance, on my new record, I have a song called Southern Belle, and it's totally not my story. Like there's a few songs I wrote that like I can't relate to whatsoever, but like a lot of people can. And when I wrote them, they weren't intentional. Like I didn't sit and write a poem and then turn it into a song. I jammed out, like I said, in front of the mirror and just kind of like had a good time and filmed myself and looked back at it after and was like, oh, that's awesome. Like there's something there. Like it is like like you know, you see some artists like channel it, some of them write it, some channel the writing. Like there's all different aspects, but for me it's definitely like I freestyle, and through freestyling comes magic every now and then. And it does sometimes feel like magic where it's like, oh, like I can try so hard to write a song sometimes and it could take me like months, and then other times I'm just like woo, and then in one day the entire thing comes through, you know. So it's magical in that sense. And when it comes to like the characters and the ideas, yeah, there's not much intention. They just kind of come through, and I kind of find that like I am the like expressor of the song. So like when I'm performing, each song has its own little character or idea, or you know, like for instance Halfway, not that everybody knows the tunes, but like Halfway is kind of like a crazy song, which is just about being a crazy person. And so I channeled that little aspect of myself that's crazy, and then other songs are very emotional and I channeled that painful part of myself. And so they all come from like aspects of me for sure, but I kind of like what's that word, compartmentalize them into and express them per song kind of.
That's a very Springsteen answer, you know, because he was infamously asked at one show, somebody said, you know, I feel like I know you so well through these songs that you've presented over the years. How well do I know the real you? And he looks up and he's like, not at all. Like just shut him down.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
There's just no way. Sorry, I want to read this comment in here. Richard Ferrari says, my friends and I first met Ray at a May 24 long weekend party. She won't remember us, I'm sure, but she left us with such an incredible impression. And I think that is a common tale to people that have seen your performance, is that they're filled with so much energy and so much passion for what you're doing. You can really see it, you know, come through in the performance. It's not manufactured. It's just, that's who you are.
Sure.
How much of, you know, but then on the other side of it, you know, we see things like, you know, the Bowies of the world, certainly the Elton Johns of the world. They create these facades, you know, or these characters that they can go and while they're performing, they use these characters to maybe express parts of themselves that they are uncomfortable expressing, or they feel like if I make myself into a spectacle, then if somebody has a problem and wants to ridicule something, I can deal with it a little bit easier because they're ridiculing the spectacle, not me. How much of actual Ray do we see in the universe featuring Ray?
What I think is, and I totally know what you're saying, like personas in a sense. And for me, I kind of feel like what you see on stage is the actual me. Like that's like my favorite part of myself, is the part of myself that can be the craziest, wildest aspect, or at least that's.
Oh, our freezing friend is back. Let's see if it corrects itself. She's got a great expressionistic pose going on right now, but let's see if it corrects itself.
My favorite part of myself. And in this world, we're not always able to be our craziest self. It's kind of like a.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm back. You were gone for a sec.
Yeah, it did this thing where it kind of froze.
Are you back?
Yeah, we're good. It froze up for a second, and you were in this wonderfully articulating pose. It was great. It was fantastic. I wanted to put like a little Shakespearean sonnet at the bottom of it. But yeah, you were saying that, you know, that the stage persona is actually more of you, and you may create these other personas to kind of make the Ray that's presented to the normal world more normalized, but the one that we see on stage is actually more like you are. That's fascinating.
Yeah, or at least it's my favorite part of myself, kind of. And you know what I mean? Either way, it's like it's still all me, but it's not a persona I have to create. I mean, I think it's a really great idea, like what these other artists have done, where like you create a persona. It's like compartmentalizing. It's a tool to use to in protection or in self-preservation, whatever it is. But I think that's actually a really great idea. And for me, it's just a good excuse to be the craziest version of myself. And that's part of why I do what I do, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, it's you create and then you live what you create and you enjoy it. And I'm just really grateful that I get to actually go on stage and be crazy. You know, like it's fun.
Does it affect you? Does it affect you when it comes time for you to go and enjoy performance from other people? When you put so much effort into the stage program, and this, we should mention right at the top that this in no way diminishes or takes anything away from the craft of the music itself, because the music is great. Even if it was just the music, that would be enough to go see you perform. It's the added element of what you do that makes it something even more special. But does it create an issue for you when you go and want to watch somebody perform and it's just some dude sitting on a stool or some guy in a Star Wars t-shirt sitting behind a piano with no does it?
Well, I appreciate any talent, and I was kind of raised by like who I consider to be a music snob. My dad's a bit of a music snob. Like it's got to be his choice of music, or like I'll introduce him bands that I know he'll love, and he'll be like, no. It's like, but I am like I'm not like a snob about it, but I more see myself as like when I see something live, I appreciate anything that's awesome, but I do kind of have my mental critique of like, I just always feel inspired to be like, God, I want to be like the manager, the stage like manager of this, or I want to like give some advice or something like that. And again, it's only my opinion. I'm not saying that because I have my own thing is my own thing, and I do that naturally because it comes out of me. And but I do enjoy kind of thinking about like, oh, this is an amazing band. Like if they had a little bit of this and a little pizzazz there or something, like it would be like they'd go from here to here, so I always kind of think about what it affects how I enjoy live music for sure. But it's the same with everybody, right? Like you're kind of like, I don't know, I do think about it that way though. Yeah
I mean, I think
but it doesn't hinder my enjoyment at all.
No. I don't necessarily think that it would have to hinder it, but does it? Do you look at it a different way, being the viewer as opposed to the presenter? I guess that's kind of where I was going with that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you're like I'm like one of the people. Yeah. Really.
One of the big challenges in the past to being able to produce your own music was the sense that for those people who are unaware, recording costs money. And all of these things that you have to do cost money. Traveling to venues, getting your costumings and all that kind of stuff in all that. It all costs money. One of the real amazing things that has come up recently has been this concept of crowdfunding, and basically where you're asking people to support your idea before the idea is actually there. And you're doing this right now with a GoFundMe page for your most current project. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that and how people can get involved if they want to support what you're doing?
For sure. I'm so excited. I just posted it today. I got a GoFundMe going. What I am asking for donations for is an album I've been working on for like a year and a half. It's called Co-Create. Everything is recorded right now, and all that's left to fully complete it is mixing and then mastering. And then, of course, like I've considered also promotional stuff, so I have like a little bit allotted to promotion because I do have an awesome product here, and to complete it is one thing, but like we want people to hear it, and I know that my fans, especially people who help make it happen, are going to spread the word, but I would like to kind of get it onto some platforms, so give it a hard push to get it heard by a lot more people. I feel like if I get the right exposure, then that will help because I feel really good about what I've created. So anyways, the GoFundMe is going on. I couldn't tell you the exact link, but I will. Yeah, if you search the universe featuring Ray on GoFundMe, you'll find it. But also it's on my social media. So it's on my link on Instagram, and it's on Facebook as well. I posted it on my page and everything. So
Okay, perfect.
yeah, because then once that's done, like I'm so excited. I've been working on this for a year and a half. I've worked with like really really cool people to make it happen, and it's a co-creation. So I kind of want to co-create it with more people and
Yeah.
put it out there.
And I think, you know, that this is just another nod to, you know, the emergence of this whole crowdfunding thing as a way to, you know, really illustrates the importance of community, and it really creates or illustrates the importance of, you know, relying on each other to, it's like the barn raising, right? Like the Amish barn raising, right? We have a project that we need done. The whole community comes over, we have lemonade, and everybody gives you money. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And then everyone gets to be a part of it. And that's one thing I really love about crowdfunding is that, like, I like how there's like a give back aspect. It's like you're funding something that you know you believe in, but you also get a little token back, which is not only the intangible aspect, which is you created it with me. Without you, it wouldn't have happened. And then also you actually get a hard copy of the CD, you know, and it's really cool. I think I want people to feel like they're part of it on the next level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well as I want to get it funded. Like, you know what I mean? So it's a little bit of both.
It's a little from column A, a little more from column B sometimes.
Yeah, both columns.
One of the things that, you know, we really want as performers, I mean, I really want as a performer, is for someone to notice me and say, hey, what you're doing is great. Let's put it on a big scale, and here we go. This is you know, you're just going to be able to live the rest of your life creating all this music that you want to do. But sometimes it comes with a price. How would you react if somebody came to you and said, you know what, Ray, these songs are great. The songs are absolutely, but the stage thing isn't working for me. So, you know, we'll go ahead and we'll put you on tour, and we'll do this, you know, all this kind of stuff. But, you know, we're going to drop the whole shtick, and you're just going to be, you know, performing the music. Is that something? Right. I can tell by the facial expression that's not at all.
Dying inside right now. No, yeah. That is such a good question, because everyone's got a price and everyone's got a line, right? Like, I've heard that quote where it's like, there's a price for everything, you know? Like, and I mean, I don't agree with that, but it is a quote. Anyways, yeah, no, I wouldn't, like, it's a hard thing. Like, I wouldn't want to give up any of my creative, sorry, stupid notifications. I wouldn't want to give up any of my creative control and content. I'm completely open to suggestion, working things, like, you know, and I kind of feel like as an artist, and you might agree, like, we have kind of our inner, you know, reflection of what, like, sure. If someone says something, you can tell, like, there's space for growth on stuff, and then there's some things where you can tell they hit that part where you're like, no, that needs to be there. Like, so I kind of feel like I would let my intuition guide that, but no, you're not gonna, like, there's not gonna be a thing where I give up there's no price point. I don't do this for money anyways. Yeah. Like, I mean, I do want to sustain myself, but the goal isn't any of that stuff. Like, I do want to be recognized. I agree with you. Like, it's like the recognition is kind of the nice thing. I'm doing it for me, but then, like, I'm also doing it for other people, and recognition, and
I think it's
sharing.
It's safe to say that nobody that makes music these days are in it for the money. I mean, clearly you can see behind me that I'm not in the Mediterranean aboard my golden yacht at the moment. We're having the yacht serviced. But you know, yeah. So I mean, there is that sense that I think, you know, the appreciation for these things, you know, means more oftentimes than the financial recompense does for it. And it leads me to another question, which is something that I've asked before of the singer-songwriter folks that I've talked to, and that is, as artists, we tend to write, I think, from a place of emotion, right? We leave ourselves very emotionally vulnerable. We wear our hearts on our sleeves a lot. We're presenting things that are close to us, and we kind of live or die by the rejection or acceptance of an audience to the things that we're presenting to them. When we're presented with times like this, where, you know, a lot of people are uncertain, some people are afraid, there's, you know, dread in the air, do you find that those kind of external forces can color what it is that you're writing, or do you use your writing as a shield to kind of keep all that negativity at bay and just concentrate on the universe featuring Ray?
That's a great question. No, I find I'm a little bit more in my own bubble as a person when it comes to writing, and that stuff doesn't, it's more like more interpersonal things that kind of are part of my affect, like what affects my writing or affects stuff. I write a lot from pain a lot of the time, and if not, I'm just being random and writing something random. But yeah, kind of like the outer stuff. It's mostly within my bubble, and little stuff can, yeah. So not so much of that affects it. In some ways, obviously it does, but because for instance, like, you know, the little interpersonal conflicts that can come up that might inspire me wouldn't happen if it weren't for the greater things going on
Sure.
outside of that. So there's definitely like a connection there, but it's not as direct.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you give me, and I'm sure that like with most performers, there is a hockey sock full of these stories. But you know, if you had to be pressed to pick one, can you give me the very best performance you felt you ever gave, and was there a reason that it kind of counts as, you know, that performance you'll remember forever? And then the flip side of that thing, is there a performance you'll remember forever because it was just so terrible, either the audience just didn't get what was happening, but you literally just wanted to set yourself on fire after you left the venue?
Oh my God, I've had way too many of those, by the way. Like, oh, I just blocked those out. They never happened. There's several. They don't exist. No, I'm just kidding. But as far as favorite performance, for sure, God, it was just the perfect amalgamation of a few things. I was like 19 or 18. I think I was 18, and I'm from Chatham, and so my band won a Battle of the Bands, and we got to open up for like Finger Eleven, The Trues, Thornley. Like it's still like the greatest show I've ever played, because we played in like, it was the first time this festival happened in our hometown at the airport. So like everybody went there because we were like from a small town. We're like, oh my God, there's a festival. So pretty much everyone there, like, I knew. And so there's like thousands of people, and we got to play on the main stage, open up right before, I think, like Big Wreck or something. And so that was the best thing ever. And the craziest thing about it is that like I was like 18 and I didn't even have any fear. I literally was just like went up there and just owned it so hard. And ever since then, I've had like stage things I have to get over. I've like been fearful, and I kind of wonder if it's because sometimes when you're playing to that many people, like you can't really go wrong, but it could go wrong. But
it could go very wrong.
Very true. But sometimes with like 15 people, you're way more face to face with how wrong it's going or
Absolutely.
how good it's going too, right? So anyways, no, that was just a magical moment where I barely even remember it. I just remember we did such a good job, and it was awesome, and it was so fun, right? And then since I've been playing solo, it's like such a different experience. It's like the eyes are on you. It's just you. So the pressure's on in some sense, right? I had to get over a lot of stage fright. Meanwhile, I had no stage fright when I was young, so it's so weird. Now I've kind of gotten over it. I've just done it enough times where you can't give a shit, because every room is a different little recipe of people and energy, so you can't you just got to bring your own energy and see what happens.
Yeah,
I've had many wanting to set myself on fire moments. That's true. Just like get this set over with. Oh my God, right?
And what was it about that? Was it the audience just didn't get what it was that you were doing, or it was just an off night, or because sometimes it's really easy to quantify. Sometimes I'll be like, man, I really sucked. Like that was literally the worst performance I ever gave. Or right. I'm a moody piano player, and wow, I got hired to open up for a dance band. That's just not going to end well for me.
Oh no, yeah. That's part of the recipe too, is like the set or the people who come out. That's why I always think it's like an energy thing. And I just kind of blame myself. I'm like, I can tell when I'm bringing the energy. And if I know I brought the energy and it didn't resonate, then that's okay. That doesn't feel like a fail to me. The real fails are when I didn't bring my own personal fire, my own energy. And I just kind of, there's even times where like I didn't bring my energy and everybody loved it, but in my head I was like, that sucked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and
I
people
totally
were like, no,
do.
people, like my friends were like, people said it was really great and everyone was having a good time. And I was like, no, that sucked. And like, it's because of how I felt inside of myself. Like I brought like a half version of myself. I didn't, and there's always so many reasons that set you up for that kind of moment. It could be moments before, it could be the week before what you did, and it's like all mental and stuff, right? But
Yeah, and I get the
I
sense
understand.
I get the sense
Sorry.
from having watched you perform and listening to you talk about, you know, the passion that you have for it, which is evident just from watching you talk about it and obviously seeing you perform, that you have to be one of those people that's, you know, emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually all in for that performance, or you don't feel like you've given it that proper attention it deserves. That's
Mm-hmm.
kind of what I get out of that.
Yeah, totally. And you feel it when it's like on point, you know, and then there's those moments where like the energy's right with the people, the energy's right with you, and it's just like magic awesomeness,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
Like,
Um, you know, and to your point about, you know, when you play in front of a large capacity crowd like that, or a larger capacity crowd than would typically be at a bar or a venue, you know, I think that you're 100% right. I think that that's what Roger Waters was alluding to, you know, when he started talking about the concept of building the wall, in the sense that playing these giant stadium shows remove that intimacy or that connection that you're able to get as a performer, right? Like when I'm performing in front of 20 people or 50 people, I feel like I'm really performing for them. But if I'm performing in front of 10,000 people, I don't really feel like I'm making a connection with anybody, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's an intimacy
I
that
re-
gets lost with the larger that the venue gets, I think.
I relate to that in that like I've played venues where the lights are so bright in my eyes. The people could be right there, but I cannot see them.
Yeah.
And just by not seeing them, I feel as though I'm not like there's something that to be said about the language that goes back and forth where you know, even if it's unhappy faces, I almost don't want to see those ones. But if it's happy people and you can't see it and you don't know whether, like, it's nice to have that reflection. And the lights are really bright in my eyes and I can't see, I kind of don't know how I did. I kind of leave the stage being like, did they like it? I don't know. Just like,
No one's thrown anything at me. I'm going to take that as a positive
yeah.
sign. Yeah. You
I
know,
picture them standing there like this. You know,
not even making direct eye contact, because direct eye contact
yeah,
would be
yeah.
too much of a
You're like,
connection for them. You know, I've had that experience twice, exactly twice in my life. Once was the very first time I played for a place called Windsor Folk, and this is a really cool. You should definitely look into playing there. They do it on the first Friday of every month. You go up, you do 3 songs. It's like a coffee house type thing. And it's a wonderfully affectionate crowd, but they are so attentive that I remember sitting there and I'm playing, and I can hear the keys coming back up off the piano. That's how quiet it is while I'm performing.
wow.
And I'm thinking, I'm either sucking hard right now, and they're just in open-jawed shock of what's happening on stage, or it's going really well and I can't tell, and it's driving me crazy. And I think for the majority of that show, I had my eyes screwed shut, and when I opened them, yeah, nobody was doing the kind of, you know, looking away thing. So I felt like I was there.
No, they were there. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I love places like that, man. Like if I could only play venues like that, that'd be amazing. Like people are actually there for the music. It's not a bar
yeah,
scene. It's like it's like listening rooms and like house parties and stuff. Like it's it's about the music, and that's so
yes,
nice.
and
I love that.
not can you please turn up the hockey game? And you know, sometimes when I go and I'll play at a bar, I'm like, where's your biggest screen, because I want to be right in front of it so I can have the illusion that people are sort of looking at me.
Yeah. I've had that happen where I was like, oh, people are really liking what I'm doing. I look behind me and I'm like, oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
It's not real.
I will do that. Actually, I will call them out on that. If I'm playing and a game's on and somebody scores something and people applaud, I'll be like, "Thank you very much. That was for you guys over there on the second table. That was that chord
Yeah.
was just for you
Yeah.
guys." Um,
Oh man, I played a show in London at this sick venue the night that the Raptors were playing like their like winning game. You know how insane Toronto got during
yeah,
that,
yeah,
right? And there was like nobody there. There was like 5 people there, and I was just like, of course I booked the night that the Raptors are playing, but it's cool. The 5 people that were there were just like, woo! But I was like, are you cheering at the game or are you cheering at the game?
I will play basketball right now. I will do it.
Yeah.
Don't make me do it. I
We
I
should see this too.
That's right. I will bring the fade to the basket. I I don't even know if that's a saying. It just sounds like a basketball saying.
Yeah, that is.
I also played that night, and I played to a bar of about 5 people, and
No
all of whom
way.
had a sum total zero interest in who I was and what I was doing, and
Yeah.
literally just kept saying, "Can you just turn up the game? Can you turn up the game? Just turn up
Oh,
the game."
they were there for the game. Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I was totally playing it. I was singing the scores. You know,
Oh, that's.
I did like a weird interpretation of Piano Man where I was calling the plays that were happening on the court. You know,
Oh my God, that's so funny.
it was bizarre.
Yeah.
But the other time that I've had that happen was now, when, in the sense that, right now my only audience is this lens. Right, when I'm doing my performing, it's this lens, and I feel more under scrutiny this way than if I'm playing in front of 100 people, and I don't know why. Do you get the same thing when you're performing just for the camera?
Whoa, I have a thought about that, which is like, is it because you're reflecting back to yourself and it's your own scrutiny? Or because that's where I would go in my mind. I'd be like, oh, But yeah, isn't that so strange? That goes back to the whole thing about when I played in front of like a bunch of people. I always say crap load. Anyways, a bunch of people, um, as opposed to very few people. It's easier in front of a lot of people, whereas a lot of people would probably be like, whoa, there's a lot of people, I'm so scared. I'm like, no, no, no. The what is it? What's that mathematical term? The probability, or the, oh damn. The probability of people liking you is higher when there's a bunch of people than,
Yes.
not that that's what it's all about. It's just like a comfort level, right? But yeah, that's interesting though, about the whole being alone in your room and feeling more under scrutiny. Like, yeah,
Yeah. It's
that's
weird.
interesting. I
And
don't know.
I can't explain it, but I feel like every time I go to perform something, and then it's like crickets afterward, unless there's people typing comments in, and it's like, okay. I mean, maybe that was the best performance I ever gave. I have literally no idea what's happening right now.
Yeah,
it's
there's
it's
something to be said about like like the response from people and how it
absolutely.
like adds value and it adds like energy to something, with what you're doing. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so cool. Also, I was just thinking about, it would be cool if when people make comments, there could be like a button for a round of applause, or buttons for crickets, or button like instead of emoticons, like, or emojis, I should say, like
It would
we
be
could up that like streaming thing with that. That'd be cool.
it would be cool too if
Make
we
it a
could,
little bit more real.
how they do like voting on these music programs like The Voice or whatever. I'm assuming, where the audience has these little handheld things, and we could do that. We could install these little handheld things and have people push the, oh look, I got 14 smiley faces. That's better than the 12 smiley faces I got yesterday. So I guess I'm doing a good job. Um,
Oh no, that'd be awesome.
one of the things that we're seeing over this time is folks in our profession, this is really the only avenue we have to bring our kind of presentations to the world. How normalized do you think the online component is going to become over the next little while?
I think very much so. Like, it already is. One thing I will say is that myself, as a person, I'm not very plugged into the internet super hard. I'm not big on to social media and stuff. Like, I do post and things like that, but I have less of an attention span for stuff like that, and try to live more in the real world myself. But I think that there's a lot, especially when it comes to the younger generation, kids who revolve around that world. And so I definitely think that based off of the younger generation, like, that's everything right now to younger people. I'm not as tuned into that, but I know people who have kids, and geez, they're watching every single move like a YouTuber makes, and they're just on their phones a lot of the time. So I do think like it's the next step, kind of like
Yeah.
everything you do. I was thinking about like 24-hour live streaming of people's lives. I thought that the coolest thing for like a famous person to do
The
would be
Truman
like,
the
I'm going to
Truman
be the
Show.
first person to 24-hour live stream my life. And I think that would be so crazy badass, because yeah, life is crazy, and like to be able to watch someone is, oh, it's creepy, but it's like so intriguing.
Yeah, well, that was the
You know
concept
what I
behind
mean?
the Truman Show, right? That wonderful Jim
Yeah.
Carrey movie, right? And basically that is reality television. That's how it works. I mean,
True, but
obviously,
there is no reality to reality television.
well,
Like, that's very.
that's very true. That's very true. Anytime that I have to read a script for reality television, I think that there's something there. Someone's not telling me something.
Yeah, there's massaging going on
Yeah, there's quite a bit of
of reality.
yes. Um,
But even if cameras are on, you're still not fully yourself anyway. So, is there even any reality television?
dun dun
Anyways.
dun! It's Schrodinger's performance. You are both either performing or not performing, depending on the circumstance.
Yes.
Ray, it's been so wonderful to talk to you. You know, I got to hang out with you a bit when we were both doing the drumathon last year, Jeff Burrows drumathon.
Yeah.
And that was really cool. I really wish that I got to see you perform more. Unfortunately, as performers, we're all in this boat where everybody's working all the time, so it's a little weird. But I really want to thank you for making the time to come and be on the show and talk to us, because this is kind of what this whole experiment was about, was creating these connections and still sharing a laugh and sharing a smile and
Yeah.
just catching up with friends, because that's what we need during this time, is we need that kind of connection.
Yeah.
And
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I love your piano work and I love everything. Like,
Oh,
is your piano in front of you right now?
it is, yeah.
Oh, can you play a little tune?
Sure. Oh, great. Now I'm on the spot. Oh.
Anything. Come on.
Okay.
I could even sing a little ditty while you do it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll give you this is my favorite piano run. I play this run all the time, and I don't know why, but it just speaks to me. Okay. Is that
Cool.
fair enough? Okay. I don't know.
That's beautiful.
That's my favorite piano run. I don't know why.
I wanted to like hear some piano before I leave. That's so awesome.
Oh, well, there you go.
Thank you so much.
I am happy to oblige.
You are so talented. I love it. Okay.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm certainly a guy with a camera and a piano. So
That's all it takes to be talented, baby. No, I'm just kidding. Working with you, man. So much love.
I wish you nothing but success with the GoFundMe. I hope that if you are able to take a moment and post a link to your Facebook page in the comments to this video, so people can go check out what it is that you do and find a link there for the GoFundMe so they can support you, because I think it's so important that people that are honest and passionate about what they're doing are rewarded for that. So, please take that for whatever it's worth. And I'll leave this with the same way that the same thing I say to all my musician friends is I look forward to the time when we're all so busy that we can't go see each other anymore.
Oh my God, I love that. That's awesome. Same. I do look forward to seeing you again though in real life. That'd be awesome.
Perfect. Yes, we will hoist a glass of whatever and salute the universe featuring Ray.
Damn right.
All right. Until then, be safe and be secure.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Cheers.
Take care.
What a lovely person. And yeah, if you have never gotten to experience one of those shows, definitely something that you want to look at. Just the honest, genuine passion that she brings to these performances is really cool, and it's so different than just going out and seeing a guy playing on stage. Anyway, we are going to hear some more new music sent to us by our good friend Kevin Gagno and JD. They've been doing these what they call co-videos, co-videos, where they're doing socially distant recordings, much like Leave Those Kids Alone. And then we're going to come back and we're going to play some more music. If you guys have any requests, just put them in the comments there, and I'll take a look, and we'll see what we can do. But in the meantime, this is a song called "The Bass Sets the Pace."
crisis at hand. We're on a lockdown. We're on a lockdown. We're on a lockdown.
Such good tunes. Such good tunes. Well, Sarah Blanchard mentioned this song yesterday, and so since I didn't see any other suggestions in the queue, I'm going to play this one. And we can do a little beat for it, which is always fun. This one's got some fun piano stuff in it, and yeah, it's got a little combined sound in here. Let's see how it works. Let's see if you guys recognize this one. This was an Elton John hit around 1986. never know anything about my home. I'll never know how good it feels to hold you. Nikita, I need you so. Oh, Nikita is the other side of any given line in time. Count tempting soldiers in a row. Oh no, Nikita, you'll never know. Nikita, count tempting soldiers in a row. Nikita, count tempting soldiers in a row. Nikita, count tempting soldiers in a row. Oh, yeah, some good old Elton John from the Ice on Fire album, as I recall. Woot. So nice. Richard Ferrari appreciates some good old Elton, and that's all that matters. The proclamation has been made. You know what? I've played this one a couple of times, and I always get really good reaction from it. It's such an interesting song. It was written as a song about social change, but I think it can be social change on any level. And it was from a hardcore punk ska band that I used to go see all the time. And this was a song on one of their albums. This is one, the Truth and Soul album, I believe. And it was just so different from anything they had done before that I really got drawn to it. And the words are quite good. And I think that it also speaks to the metamorphosis that we're kind of all going through right now. So let's play this guy and see what you guys think of it. And then we are 7 minutes, Jocelyn, 7 minutes away from the Baz Menagerie. And what kind of crazy cool musical treasures has Baz conjured up for us this time? I can't wait. This is like one of my favorite segments on the show. There's light on a hill that's out in the distance, and it calls out my name. It calls out for a change. Faraway voices, they want their own choices, sigh for a plea as it calls out for change. Ooh, change. Of mankind, it billows out bitter winds. Youth cry out for today, strength to cry out for change. Yet it seems clear to me, it bounds inside my soul. Why don't we all see we can cry out for change? Ooh, change. Deep inside our hearts, there's a love you can feel. It's a love that is sure. my eyes. We can cry out for change. Ooh, change. Ooh, change. Ooh. We can change today. We can change today. We can change today. Yeah, a little bit of fishbone. A bit of fishbone action coming at you. On this Toasty Tuesday, I just went outside. It is surprisingly not as toasty anymore, so I'm happy. It's cooling down. Thank God. I was dying. All right. Which means I may be able to sleep tonight. I'm super excited about that. Let's do this one. It's such a beautiful song. I love it. And it was from a beautiful movie called Once. Swept a bunch of Oscars and stuff. It was just a sleeper hit out of nowhere, but it was just really such a touching, cool movie. And it's about 3 minutes, which is about the time we've got before we talk to the Baz man. All right, let's see here. That never amount to more than their men will play themselves out. Take this sinking boat and point it home. We've still got time. The Fanata at the end brings us with its sunny conclusion to the beginning of the Baz Menagerie. I'm so excited. Missed this last week. And I'm so glad that we did not miss it this week. I am so glad. It's just one of those cool things where, you know, I get to be a kid in a candy store and see some really cool stuff. I mean, we all get to see really cool stuff. That's kind of the highlight of this whole segment is we all get to see really cool stuff that we don't get to see anywhere else. And that is why it is definitely among my most favorite things in the world. And now, from his darkened studio, we bring you the Baz Menagerie. Mr. Baz Rumble, hello, sir.
Hello, Mr. Chris. How are you today?
I'm doing spectacular. Are you outside?
Yeah, actually on the veranda.
On the veranda. How continental of you, sir.
On the veranda. Well, you got to have a veranda. I live on the veranda in the summertime.
Yeah, no
Love
doubt.
it.
I don't know. It was too hot for me today, sir. I rebuke your summer and I raise you one fall and or winter.
I'll take this any day of the week. This
All
is
right.
Awesome.
Well, you can have it. So what do we?
So what's been going on?
Not much. How was your last week? We missed the segment so much. I had so many people like send me comments saying, "Where's the Baz Menagerie?" And I'm like, "Oh, dudes, I know. I'm so sorry." But what ended up happening?
Well-
What ended up happening?
We were waist deep in preparing a whole bunch of guitars, much like this one here, which are catalog guitars for a customer who was coming from out of town. So basically, I had to go through a whole bunch of them to make sure they were 110%, so that I could show it to him, or show them to him. And he was coming down to purchase a few, actually. So it was a really good time, and we tried a lot of really cool guitars out. And this one here actually just came in shortly after that. I've only actually had this for a couple of days.
Is this one of the pieces that we're going to be talking about on tonight's little segment?
Well, we're going to talk about this one here a little bit. We're going to talk about something actually absolutely on the opposite end of the spectrum. But I thought I'd start off with this here because I love the guitar thing, and the fact that we got into all these last week really kicked me off back into my catalog guitar habit.
Nice.
And
So
that's basically, you would have seen this in a Sears or Eaton's catalog, perhaps in Canada, Montgomery Ward in the States, Kresge's, anybody that put out any type of a mail order catalog type of thing.
yeah.
These guitars were the big popular favorites, and this one here goes by the name of Supro.
Oh.
And so there we go.
Of a what? Sorry.
And,
Sorry. Say it again.
Supro's what's that?
Say the name of it one more time. It kind of cut out a little bit.
It's Supro, Supro.
Oh, Supro.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And they back in the day have made some really great guitars. Actually, Supro was a name that was actually for guitars that were made by National. Or sorry,
really?
National. Harmony. I'm sorry, Harmony. So out of Chicago. So Supro. There's a whole bunch of different catalog names. Sears, it was Silvertone. This one here is kind of unique in that it has a fiberglass body.
Well, that's kind of ahead of its time.
A hollow fiberglass body, actually. And you don't run into that every day. And so it contributes to the unique sound of it. This guitar, I think, was actually a little ahead of its time. This guitar was actually designed to function not only as an electric guitar, so to speak, but also to sound like an acoustic guitar, as it has a piezo pickup in the bridge. So what the piezo pickup does is basically the same thing it does in an acoustic guitar. It amplifies the natural sound of the vibrations of the acoustic, and this does much the same thing with a hollow fiberglass body. So it yields a kind of interesting kind of sound too. It's kind of different from what you usually get out of an electric guitar.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we've got our really kind of cool whammy here. This is actually, I love the mechanics of it. Just the design. You know, it's so simple, but a bit of a round flow to it. You know, I don't know. I just kind of like this kind of stuff. It kind of has a bit of an Art Deco,
Yeah.
look to it as far as, or even automotive to some degree. A lot of guitars of that time period were definitely either space age or automotive related, or influenced, I should say.
Yeah, you could see that
So yeah,
coming,
so this has got a two-piece body. With that?
you could see that coming out of the trunk of like one of those big tail fin Chevys, you know, like back in the day when we gave a
Oh,
crap about
absolutely.
styling guitars, right? Or styling cars, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, cars and guitars, they go together. You know, they really do. Um, so this is actually two pieces of fiberglass screwed together with a wood block down the center, and we see that there's really no scratches on it, so it really hasn't been played. And we've got a bolt-on neck, really comfortable, chunky, bit of a V-shaped neck on it, and it makes for a really nice playing experience. And everything on this is original. We've got the original tuners here, and it's the other typical Clouson style. And on this one here, we actually have what's called a zero fret. You don't see those on a lot of guitars these days. The zero fret was actually a really good idea because it actually assisted with the intonation of the guitar versus it going over that. You have that zero fret out front, and then that's basically a fret, and that's your stopping point. So it was an really good idea. And Gibson actually just brought that back for a very short period of time in the like around 2014 to 2017, and they put a zero nut on their line of guitars too. Unfortunately, it didn't go over very well. Not sure why, but I think it's just a traditionalist of the guitar player. So you could change anything on one of those iconic guitars, they get all kind of freaky.
Yeah.
So this one actually has had a reissue done of it. The company named Supro has been resurrected, and it's not owned by the same people that owned it back in the, or I shouldn't say, Harmony, I believe, owned that name at the time. It's not owned by the same people, but they make a pretty close copy of it. It is made of fiberglass as well. Some of the hardware is not exactly the same. They're using current hardware on it, but this one is an all original, almost as old as me. It's called, and the model name of it, is the Super Holiday.
Super what? Sorry.
Super what? Holiday. Holiday is in vacation.
Oh, okay.
Holiday. Yeah. And what we got here is we got three selectors here for different. So what we've got is the piezo bridge in the front position. We've got the pickup here in the middle. I think it's both of these combined together in the middle, and then just the guitar pickup. And we have a volume control for each one of those, which is kind of handy. So we actually preset from one to the other. And master volume control. Nice, a really nice sounding guitar. Can you hear that?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Now this is the piezo pickup. It's a little bit quieter, but then it's supposed to be an acoustic pickup, so nice pristine. Now I'm running it through a guitar amp, so if I was running this into an acoustic amp, it would probably sound a lot more like
an acoustic, yeah,
like an actual acoustic guitar. But that's pretty ahead of. I mean, they just kind of got back into those probably in the last 10 or 15 years, putting that pickup back in there on some models. And it's actually a very handy thing if you're an electric guitar player and you don't have to worry about switching to an acoustic like we used to have to do back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Pull out the old Ovation, right? And then this is a full-on. Got lots of bite and grunt to it, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's chunky.
And then, I was sitting here thinking, okay, this is kind of cool, okay. But what would happen if I, put a pedal in between it and the amplifier?
Yeah.
So I was upstairs and I was going, I could put, your typical overdrive or, delay on it or something along those lines. And then I ran across my Ravish sitar pedal. I really like sitar sounds, eh? So the Ravish Sitar's pedal does a lot of really bizarre things. As a matter of fact, I'd say it's probably one of the most bizarre pedals I have. And we really don't know what's going to come out the other end, no matter how we set it. It's one of those things that you really, every time you use it, it's an experiment. It's, you're probably not going to get that sound again. So if you really like it, you want to record it, right?
Yeah.
So, it's that kind of pedal. It's a little out of control, And I kind of like those things about a pedal, because it actually kind of makes it an instrument unto itself.
Sure.
So you put a sound into it, may see what the pedal, what you can do to manipulate the pedal to get it out. I think they call that the gent, don't they? The gent?
I think that I would refer to it as the unpredictability engine.
Okay, so what happens if we'll just hit the button here and just see what happens.
Sure.
That's almost religious.
That's super trippy. I want to.
And that's one setting.
Yeah. Before you go too far into the pedal, though, I want to ask you something about that guitar. It seems an unusual design choice to place the volume pots at the top. Does that get in the way when you're playing?
Well, Hendrix got away with it, and there is actually a way to do that, though it doesn't have as natural. This one here isn't bad. Hendrix had to deal with it down the side here with the Stratocaster, right?
Yeah.
So it got a little more in your way. But typically, I heat my hand here. The only thing about it might really bother me is if I backed into it. But I'm not 100%. There's a few guitars right around the same age, right around the early 60s, that used that had them up here. I think the whole idea was access, because they were starting to put more knobs on a guitar, right? Typically, when the first guitars came out, electric guitars came out, they had one knob,
Yeah.
Then they went to 2, and then they got another pickup. They went to 4, and then all of a sudden you got coil taps, and you got switches, and you got, boom, boom, boom. So the whole idea was accessibility, so you can actually use it while you're playing. And the whole idea here would have been to use your, to be able to, pick, okay, and then have the knob right here available to turn, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know that it really worked well, and it was not a very good design on any of them that I've seen. Some of them will have switches up here too.
Yeah.
And you can, if you're not careful, you're hitting the switches and changing the sounds when you don't want to. So, so yeah, that's definitely not a great thing, but it is what it is. It's who knows? Maybe somebody came up with this really crazy technique where they swept their hand all the way across and came back, and it became really famous. Then we might be wondering about the wonders of designing a guitar back in 1965 that could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
That hasn't happened yet, but you never know, right? That Van Halen thing, whatever it might be,
Yeah.
those trickery things.
I'm
yeah.
I'm really pleased that in the comments Richard Ferrari picked up on my Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, where I erroneously called it the unpredictability engine. I should have called it the improbability engine. But yes, so he did pick up on that. So I was super happy about that.
Right on. So yeah, really, I love these kind of guitars. Actually, Jack White has really been, to a great deal responsible. I'm not gonna say just him. What's that other band that uses a lot of these guitars? I always have a hard time remembering their name.
Oh,
awesome
sure.
Band.
Don't put me on the spot or anything.
What's that?
I said, don't put me on the spot or anything.
I think they start with an L. Their name starts with an L. But anyway,
yeah.
There's a number of bands actually. It's kind of funny when I go to concerts. I want to see what the guys are using on stage.
For sure.
And the more interesting the gear, usually the more interesting the sound as well, right? So I'm actually running this into an old 1980s little Marshall amp. And I'll see if I can turn this around here and show you.
Sure.
And as a matter of fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug something else in here. There we go. Okay. I'm going to lift this.
Uh-oh, we got the dreaded Facebook freeze.
Let's see here. What I want to do is I want to bring that into the picture. I apologize. I thought it would be brighter out here, and I apologize for that.
Ah, that's all
You
right.
see that okay?
Kinda-ish.
Is that good?
It looks like if a hibachi and a UFO had a baby.
That's really good. I've never heard that. That's a very good. That's a very good description. Absolutely.
Well, thank you.
I can totally see that.
What the hell are we
I
looking
can
at?
totally see that. Let me bring this over here a little bit here. Okay. And this is a Moog Theramini.
I was
Now,
gonna
basically,
guess.
are you familiar with a theremin?
Oh boy, am I ever.
I'm going to go on the other side over here. Oh, goodness.
Now you're cooking with gas.
Nice proximity of it. Wow. Okay, here we go. Yeah, actually, to play this, the best would probably be for me to be on the other side over here, but I can actually shut it down by placing my hand here. Now, so this is a Moog Theramini, and what it basically is a digital version of a theremin. And a theremin was invented by a gentleman with the last name of Theremin. I'm trying to think of his first name now. It's just escaped me. And I believe he was Russian. And he invented this instrument. And it's a type of instrument that just about anybody could play, to some respect.
Yeah.
There's a variableness to it, a craziness to it. And it's a very hard instrument to play melodically, no two ways about it. But it's a really fun instrument to experiment with. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So typically, theremins are analog, which means that they've got an analog signal, basically an oscillator, and a preset filter, and basically a Moog filter. And we can take that and we can output that into an amplifier. We can add effects to it. We can have all kinds of fun with it. It makes one sound output, and you can manipulate that sound outside of it. So this one here, though, is kind of radically different in that it uses all the same things that we like about the theremin, which is the ability to change pitch and volume with our hands, but puts it into the digital realm and allows us to do some things that we can't do with the analog one. Basically, what it does is it creates a digital signal, which we can take and manipulate with inside this. It's a copy of an analog signal, so it's very close in sound. And we can add effects to it. We can actually control the pitch to some degree. We can actually play within a scale, which is kind of a neat thing to be able to do because it makes it a lot simpler to make it sound like something.
Yeah, for sure.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this up just a little bit here. And I'm going to maybe move this back here a bit. Can you still?
Yeah,
There
that's
we
that's
go.
a better vantage point for sure.
There we go. So basically, what I've got over here on this side, okay, which I'm going to play with my left hand. I'm just going to put my right hand here for a second just to keep this quiet. This is my volume control. So basically, by lifting my hand on and off, when I rest my hand right down here, basically it's shut down, and then as I lift my hand up slowly, you can hear it,
Yeah.
the volume raised.
It's like the world's angriest
So you
bee.
can see its usable area is right about. Sorry?
It's the world's angriest bee.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. For sure. Let's see. So I'm going to. There we go. So here I have a zone which basically is around this antenna and projects itself out. It projects itself out probably about 2/3, probably 3/4 of the way out where it makes a difference, and then this way. And when we move to the center from any of those areas, basically what happens is we go up in pitch. So, basically we're functioning within an XYZ zone that allows us to move our hand around in here. Now, what I've got it set on right now is basically a portamento setting, which means that there's no delineation between notes. We can change that by using our pitch correction button, and what the pitch correction does, it allows us to play within a scale.
Oh, that's cool.
And we can have varying amounts of that. So basically, we would actually slide from note to note, or we can actually have steps from note to note. I'm playing in a whole tone scale there, so I can switch scales up. It's a major third scale. What's this one? A minor third? And I can actually change the effect settings as well. So you can see how effective it. You've heard this lots of times.
Yeah.
Not particularly the theremin, perhaps, but the theremin in movies and such.
Yeah.
Of course, the Beach Boys, intro there is a pretty famous one as far as that goes.
Yeah. It's got that that Doctor Who kind of like a.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Very
Let's see
cool.
what we got here. Now, I have to admit, well, that's a pretty cool sounding echo.
Yeah.
I plugged it into the router sitar.
Oh.
So I'm thinking that I've never tried this before, to be honest with you.
If the universe
I had it out here with the
implodes.
guitar, but I thought, why not see what, one bit of weirdness, happens when it goes into another bit of weirdness.
I feel like
And,
I feel like we have to warn people. It's like entering the extreme weirdness zone now. Extreme weirdness ahead.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the fun of it. Okay, here we go. So let's see what happens. I think I'm going to have to. Oh. Kind of sounds like bagpipes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it kind of
Yeah, so
the
highly suggest this. Sorry?
kind of the neat thing about that is that you can really, one of the things that's both infuriating and appealing about the theremin. The guy's name was Leon Theremin, by the way.
That's that right.
Yeah. One of the things that was really infuriating and appealing is the sense that you can really get into like microtones, right? Where you can get that really Middle Eastern sounding thing where you're dealing in like, in Western music we have, whole tones like, and then we have half tones. But then in Eastern music they have like, they have quarter tones, and you can really manipulate that because you're working just on a sense of feel, right? But what's cool about the theremin is that you can say you can become more precise by making a whole tone scale. You can say just operate within the parameters of the Western system, and it makes it maybe a little more accessible for people that are creating Western music.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. As a matter of fact, there are some Eastern scales on here. I played around with them, but they're more based upon the standard notes and variations thereof, right? So I don't know. I haven't actually gone through all the sounds in this thing as far as taking them apart and putting them back together again. But it's a lot of fun. It's especially a lot of fun if you use this. If you play guitar, you can actually use the headstock of your guitar as your controller within the XYZ radio.
That's cool.
So that's kind of a cool thing to do too, eh?
Yeah.
So I know I've got a buddy of mine up in London who's really into that. And I've seen him do it. I've done it myself, just out at jams and that type of thing, where I've taken it out for fun. So the kids love this.
Oh, yeah.
I took this into teach with me a few times. And, I left it there for like about a month, and the kids loved playing with this. And there's so much to be learned, from manipulating and playing with, sound and that type of thing too. And, being able to hear scales and that type of thing just at the turn of a button. There's a lot of education in a piece of equipment like this. So yeah. And I'm trying to think who's the biggest theremin player you can think of.
The biggest theremin player. I can think of is, believe it or not, this is so weird. It's an alter ego of Angelo Moore, who was the lead singer slash saxophone player for Fishbone, which was my all time favorite punk ska band of the late '80s.
Okay.
And he has this alter ego he plays on stage called Dr. Mad Vibe. And when Dr. Mad Vibe comes out, he plays the theremin. And he plays like theremin solos over all these songs. And what's really interesting is you can see the absolute frustration on the rest of the band's faces when he brings this thing out.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Well, you know, in the wrong hands, you know, it could definitely be problematic. I got to be honest with you. I've been sitting out here tonight for about the last 2 hours on my front veranda and serenading my neighbor. Okay? Who happens to be a blue-collar, hard-working French guy who probably has absolutely, and listens to country music, who has absolutely no idea who the weirdo is next door to him that does all this stuff on his front veranda, right? I mean, I get some really odd looks sometimes, let me tell you.
Yeah.
But it's fun.
Well, so it sounded like you were teasing me with,
Yeah,
it sounded like you were
we've been
teasing me
teaching
with
out
that
here.
question.
You know, I've been doing the online teaching out here.
Yeah.
What's that?
It sounded like you were teasing me with that question.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, it sounded like you were teasing me with that question in the sense of like when you asked me who was the most famous theremin player I could think of. It sounds like you had one in mind.
No, actually, that's why I asked you. I'm trying to think of the. There's a woman that I'm trying to think of her name. I think her last name is Cavan, who's on the Moog website. I mean, if you want to see somebody who can really play one of these things,
Yeah.
she's amazing, and she's got it all down to hand gestures and shapes of your hand, and you know that affect sound and such, right?
Yeah.
And it's really interesting to watch her play one of these things, because she actually makes a lot of sense of it, and she's been doing it for 50 years, right? So, everybody that I know that gets one of these things typically keeps it for life. You got to have a theremin around, you know.
Yeah.
So, when can I get you yours, Chris?
I have one.
Or
right.
do you have one already?
I've got one. Have one?
You have one? Get
right,
out.
right here.
Awesome. Why shouldn't I have thought that?
It's not exactly the same. Although
Have you got the D-beam?
I don't have the D-beam, but
Have you got the D-beam?
I do not. No, I don't.
Oh, you need the D-beam.
I've seen it. My friend and my bandmate
D-beam
Mark
is
has
fun.
one. Yeah. It's like a digital theremin. It's like a without the antenna, right? The D-beam becomes the antenna. Although I did buy something.
Yeah.
I did buy something
it's an
today.
XY, it's an XY area, right?
Yeah. I did buy something today that made me think of you exclusively, and that is that I have finally, at long last, purchased a guitar.
Oh, gee. Oh, sorry. I totally did. It cut off right when you said it. We're saying it, right? It's going like, what is it?
Okay, I have finally at
Well, say it
long
again.
last.
What was it?
I've finally at long last have purchased a guitar.
Oh, it's doing it again. That's weird.
It just doesn't want
Every
you to
time
know.
you go to tell me.
Okay, let's try this one last time, and if it doesn't work, then we'll save it for next week because I might have it by then.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I have finally at long last purchased a guitar.
A guitar, you did. You went and got one. Did you
I
get
did.
that one that we saw? That
I got the
you grabbed
Roland,
that one, yeah.
the
nice.
Roland
Awesome.
D-Axe or Axe Edge or something like that. Yeah.
It's got the D-beam on it. That's right on. Doesn't that have a D-beam on it?
I didn't see a D-beam on it, but it definitely has a theremin setting. I know that for sure because it shares some of the sounds with the Juno. And the Juno's got an amazing theremin sound on it.
Okay. I thought that one had a D-beam on it.
Maybe it does, and I just haven't looked
Second
carefully
stage.
enough. Yeah, I know it's got a ribbon
It might.
controller and a
It might.
modulation.
How old is it?
Oh, it's brand new, brand new.
Is it still current?
Yeah, very much. That's the latest model.
Yeah, for some reason or other, you're coming and going. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm getting about half of what.
It's the internet.
It's kind of bizarre. It's the internet. Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, if you haven't got a D-beam, you should come over and borrow one of mine.
Yeah, heck yeah, sure, done.
Yeah.
Sounds good. If
right.
I get it by next
right.
week, I'll have it to show you. We'll do like a show me. I'll show you yours. You show me mine segment on the Bass Menagerie.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
that
absolutely.
I only have a couple of pieces.
Oh,
of
you
really
got to
cool.
bring that in and play it. You got to bring it in and play it on the show.
Oh yeah, well that's
Yeah, absolutely.
you think there's going to be a moment of any day where I'm not playing that thing? Come on. My only problem is now I have to wait. Not only do I have to wait for the keytar to come in, but I have to wait for my parachute pants and my leg warmers and my fingerless gloves.
Oh man, so want to see that. So want to see that. You need to see if you can make that thing wireless. What does it got? You need hydro? Or does it run on batteries?
It runs on batteries. So it runs on 8 AA rechargeable batteries, and you just plug a wireless pack onto it, and you can run up and down the stage, my friend.
So you just need a Bluetooth broadcaster.
It actually has.
I got one of those actually.
It's got Bluetooth built into it.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Bluetooth.
So you can actually run that thing wireless.
It's Bluetooth MIDI. So I think you can only use it as a MIDI controller through Bluetooth. But I have a Line 6 G30 wireless pack that I can slap on it. Anywhere,
Well, yeah, it's just a controller anyway. Does it have sounds on it?
It sure does. It's got like 500 tones on it. Yeah.
I think it's just a controller, isn't it?
Nope. No, it has a full live sound set.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Wow, very cool. Oh, double bonus.
Yeah, I'll have to act if it comes in. If it comes in before next week, I'll accidentally social distance drop by and you can take a gander at it because I know you.
Well, you know what I'm thinking is I've got this thing to broadcast Bluetooth, and you could probably hook it up to that. I'm trying to think what it's called now, but it converts your audio signal to Bluetooth, something you can broadcast, right?
Yeah.
Into a computer, so you could actually broadcast it into a computer and put the amp, and then basically, do that. You have to have a computer in the, at the other receiving end, right? But
Yeah.
or any Bluetooth, type. Actually, you know what? It's got a receiver with it too, so you wouldn't.
Okay. Well,
No, you wouldn't. It's got a send and receive unit.
I feel there's a transaction in our future.
That's interesting. No, because I saw it and I was thinking the same thing, right? But I'm glad you got it.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would have done with it. Running around the backyard naked, playing cars.
Yeah. What makes you think that's not why I bought it?
Awesome.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for yet another fascinating glimpse into the menagerie. This is just
I
so
have so
much fun.
I so missed last week, man. But I'm glad to be back, and thank you for having me, man.
Yeah, of
Absolutely.
course. I can't wait till
Absolutely.
what I would love to do at one point, and I don't know what your comfort level with this would be, but at one point when we decide that we can visit again, I would either like to go there or have you come here so that we could plug some of these things directly into the stream, and we could get like that perfect sonic quality, right? And I could,
know what? We should do that on either a Wednesday, if we can do it on a Wednesday or a Friday. I don't know what your schedule's like. Wednesday and Friday is my day off, so I'm thinking that I've got the entire day as far as that goes to set up. Actually, that would be really cool to set up some Moogs.
Yeah.
And it's the Moog guitar to the Moog synthesizers, and maybe make this really grandiose, huge, weirdo system that can make all kinds of different sounds.
Yeah.
That would be kind of fun. And we could try that thing out and see if we can make that unit of yours wireless too. That would be awesome if you could. Can you imagine yourself spinning across stage wireless, right? Cartwheels, whatever.
I'm already imagining
playing away, jamming out, right? Doing the duck walk, not having to worry about a wire behind you, right? I can see it. Yep. Absolutely.
There's the whole reason, Barry. This is pathetic. Okay, the only reason I bought it is that we do a version of Steely Dan song. What the heck song is it? Oh my goodness, I can't believe I can't remember the name of the song now. Reelin' in the Ears. And in the middle
Okay.
in the middle of that song, there's like this guitar solo that happens, and it's a guitar solo.
Oh,
Yeah.
now it comes out.
Yeah,
You've got guitarist envy.
exactly. No, but no. What we do is Jim comes over and he plays the line, and then Lee comes over and he plays the line in harmony, and then I play that same line in harmony on my keyboard. So we have like a three-way harmony going on. But now
Nice.
I get to go up front with
Now
the
you wanna
guitar
be in the
players.
line.
Yeah,
You want to be in the lineup.
that's
You
right.
want to rock out with the boys.
That's right.
I love it. That's great. That's awesome, man. Absolutely. That's perfect.
Yeah. So
I can't think of a better reason.
that's my story.
Quite frankly. As a matter of fact, I think few people would have a better reason. But no, that's great. That's great. I've had a few. I used to have one of those little Yamaha ones
Yeah.
with the mini keys.
Yeah.
Those things are a blast because you can do like an octave and 3/4, with your hand, right? And it has some cool DX sounds in it. And you could run it by MIDI too. You could actually run a MIDI cable to another, synth, and you could, run that synth with the MIDI cable, right?
Yep.
So that was kind of cool. And I don't really see them around anymore. They really were a professional instrument that was marketed as a toy,
Yeah.
but it really is a professional instrument. I mean, the thing actually works, and it works well. It does its, the thing that, you would like it to do, right, as a pro.
Well, here's the
I used to have, what I used to, go ahead. Sorry.
here's the sad thing. It will be the most expensive keyboard I own.
Good for you, man. Good for you. That's you know what? I totally respect that. The less money you have to spend on keyboards, because keyboards can be really, really expensive, and if you're making them sound great, and that's perfect. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't know about
I'm
making
a
them
member of
sound
the
great.
Cheap Keyboard Club too. I used to have a Moog Liberator back in 80, I think it was 80 or 81, maybe 82. And I actually used it on stage a few times. And that thing weighed a ton.
Yeah.
It was probably close to 20 pounds. I mean, I was young. I was in my mid-20s, so I could handle that kind of weight. Of course, now I'm paying for it. But, yeah, that was and that was a really cool instrument because that was a Moog synthesizer around your neck, right?
Yeah.
And Tom Coster played one in the 70s. And I was a Tom Coster fan, so I had to have one. I think now, Frankenstein, Edgar Winter.
Yeah.
He actually used the Moog key. Actually, I think he used the Moog keyboard itself, or was it an ARP? Can't remember now. I think it was a Moog. He actually used the keyboard. That was before the Liberator came out.
Yeah.
The Liberator came out in the mid 70s, right around 75, 76, if I remember.
You know what?
77.
What I was going
they
to
were
do.
really cool. I mean,
What I was going to do, if I couldn't have afforded to swing this, what I was going to do is I have a little M Audio 49 key keyboard up there that's just a dumb controller.
oh yeah,
And I was just going to glue it to a piece of plywood.
yeah, that works too.
But this is going to sound much better.
Oh, absolutely, and you're gonna look the part too.
Yeah.
You're gonna strap that on, man, and you're gonna do the strut.
Damn
I
right.
want to see that when that happens. So the very first time you play out in public and you're using that, I want to be there.
All right. Fair enough. I
need to be there.
I will let you know. Oh, my friend, this has been so much fun as always, and I cannot wait to see what we pull out of the closet next week.
Oh yeah. Well, let's see if we can say if you want to do that, we'll go a little crazy next week and we'll pull out some Moog equipment and come over and set it up at your studio there.
Yeah, I just got to find out.
Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, I just got to find out I have to find out what program I can swap because all the evenings are full. So I just have to see if I can swap the day
it's no
with
worries.
somebody.
Yeah, you know what? Whatever. You know what? Maybe if it's 2 or 3, maybe it's it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks out. Not a big deal. We can do it whenever, man.
Okay, yeah. Perfect.
Don't worry, I ain't gonna run out of ideas.
And I've been in your house. You're not going to run out of gear either. Trust me. All right, my friend. Enjoy your veranda. Enjoy
Absolutely.
this nice summer air that you love so much. And I will curse you silently from beneath the draft of my air conditioner.
And I will be watching you on Facebook, and I enjoy every minute of it.
Oh, thank you, man.
You got an awesome thing going on, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely. So thank
I
you so
appreciate
much for allowing me to participate.
You betcha. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Right on. And thanks for watching, everybody.
Cheerio.
All right. You have a good night.
You too, man.
Good night, all.
Oh, another great installment of the Baz Menagerie. It's literally one of the things that I look forward to. On the days where I'm just like, I don't really know if I want to do a show today, then I remember that today's the Baz Menagerie day. And then I feel great. All right, let's see if we can do this one. Speaking of things that are great. I don't like that at all. I think we can do that better. Let me start with a simpler thing, and then we'll move into the more complicated stuff. That's close enough. It's a hard beat to do because I'm not a drummer. It's knowing that your door is always open and your path is free to walk. That makes me tend to leave my sleeping bag rolled up and stashed behind your couch. It's knowing I'm not shackled by forgotten words and bonds and the ink stains that are dried upon some line that keeps you in the back roads by the rivers of my memory, that keeps you ever gentle on my mind. It's not clinging to the rocks and ivy planted on their columns now that bind me, or something that somebody said because they think we fit together walking. It's knowing that the world will not be cursing or forgiving when I walk along some railroad track and find that you're moving on the back roads by the river of my memory, and for hours you're just gentle on my mind. Through the wheat fields and the clotheslines and the junkyards and the highways come between us, and some other woman's crying to her mother 'cause she turned and I was gone. I still might run in silence, tears of joy might stain my face, and the summer sun might burn me till I'm blind. But not to where I cannot see you walking on the back roads by the rivers flowing gentle on my mind. I dip my cup of soup back from the gurgling, crackling cauldron in some train yard. My beard a roughed in coal pile and a dirty half pulled low across my face. Through cupped hands round a tin can, I pretend to hold you to my breast and find that you were waving from the back roads by the rivers of my memory, ever smiling, ever gentle on my mind. Dip my cup of soup back from the gurgling, crackling cauldron in some train yard. Through cupped hands round a tin can, I pretend to hold you to my breast and find that you're waving from the back roads by the rivers of my memory, ever smiling, ever gentle on my mind. I wasn't happy with that beat from the beginning. You know, it's funny because Bruce Springsteen just released a new album, and on it, he's got the first single was called "Hello Sunshine," and it's a really unique walking pattern that Glenn Campbell did in that song. So he does this kind of weird chromatic thing, right, with this C to C major seventh to C sixth. Then he does it on the D too. Anyway, Springsteen uses exactly the same thing. It sounds virtually like the same song. All right, we're going to take a real quick intermission here to thank some folks who make doing what we do possible. And then we will hear a song from Chrissy Cochran, and we'll be back with our final guest of the evening, Mr. Robert Redmond. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Ruin Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1-4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall.
sleeping in your own bed. But do you remember me lying in your arms? Do you remember my charms? All the good or just the bad? Or did you let it all go? Oh well, guess I'll never know. 'Cause everybody's gotta get off sometime. You and me always made it to the finish line. Was our love a privilege or just something we did? Just something we did. I get the strangest feeling when I see your name. Feel the burn of an old flame. I thought that it was all gone. Ah well, maybe I was wrong. 'Cause there's no denying what felt right. All those good nights, they lived on and on. Even when the moment's gone, I cannot unwrite a song. Was that love or just something we did? Was that love or just something we did? Was that love or just something we did? 'Cause everybody's gotta get off sometime. You and me always made it to the finish line. Was our love a privilege or just something we did? Just something we did. Something we did.
And there was a great, almost couldn't have planned that better. There's a great example of that major seventh harmony that we were talking about before. That thing that happens. It's such a 70s or a soul kind of thing, right? So you have your perfect perfect cadence or whatever. This guy, we'll do it in C, right? So this is C major. You can do. But then if you want to give it that 70s kind of soul flair or something like that, you add that that major seventh in there, and it's going to sound like this. Oh, it's so pretty. So pretty. Well, we are in time now for our last guest of the evening. Just going to see if we can raise him on the line. And this will be another unique experience for us, another opportunity to talk to somebody in a field that we haven't really talked to before. I'm super excited about that. It sounds like something that could be a lot of fun, if I say so myself. Hey, Lorraine Ledgerwood Jewell. Sorry, I missed saying hello to you when we were last talking before the break. All right. Well, I've got our guest on the line. I just don't have him live yet, so I can change my camera view so he's not staring at my knees. And then I'm just going to ask him quickly if he wouldn't mind turning his phone sideways so that we get some widescreen, if that's possible. Awesome. That's perfect. Fantastic. And we'll give him a second to get it situated. And then without further ado, we will bring over Mr. Robert Redman. Are you there, sir?
Hello, how's it going, Christopher?
It's going very well. Thank you so much for volunteering to your time for us. I really appreciate it. And the most important question is the first question, and that is you and those around you, everybody safe and happy and healthy.
Everybody is, yes. I think my daughter hopefully should be in bed soon. The wife is, I think, heading up soon. And yeah, been a busy few months off work, so trying to keep
Yeah.
busy.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is we've all find now we have no more excuse of well, I just didn't have time to do that project because I've been so busy with other things. Literally,
Well,
these are the
I've pretty much gotten the next couple years of projects done already. So
at this point, if
yes,
if you see another honeydew list, somebody's going to snap. That's all there is
yes,
to it.
yes,
So,
you are right.
um, I was really eager to have you on the program because you're in one of those professions that I haven't really gotten to talk to anybody about yet, and I wonder if you could give us a little bit of a background of what it is that you do before I inundate you with questions.
Sure. So quickly, so I am a home inspector. So I started my business 2014, Redmond Home Inspections. Started off, kind of slow. I had a full-time job, as most home inspectors do. And about 2.5 years ago, I actually got subcontracted, got hired as a subcontractor to do a program for Union Gas and the Ontario Energy Board. It's a free installation and light bulbs appliances for low-income families. So I actually mostly do that now. The program's been closed since March because of the virus, but I kind of go all over Ontario for that program now and home inspections kind of as they come through.
Well, the home inspection thing is also it's something that's curious to me because I don't recall that as being a thing when my parents were buying a home. But when it came time for me to buy a home, it was this fundamentally important aspect that there's no way that my pen should touch the dotted line on the deed before I've had the home inspected. Why is it so important to have that home inspection done?
Well, so 1970s is when home inspections kind of started to become a thing. They're not required, so you don't actually have to get one. I wish they were, and if they were, I would be super busy with them. Um, but you really should. The issue is only British Columbia and Alberta are the only two provinces that are actually licensed for home inspectors. So like you could turn your camera off and go say you're a home inspector and do one for somebody, and there's legally nothing anybody can do to you, and that's kind of the issue. And a lot of people kind of seem to skip them, um, or have bad experiences because of that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, what is the point of having my home inspection? Because is it one of those things where, let's say that I'm an unscrupulous person,
Yeah.
I know it takes a real stretch of the imagination to imagine that, but let's assume for the moment that I'm an unscrupulous person and I'm selling my house, and I know very well that I have a leaky foundation and a saggy roof, but I just decide not to disclose that information when prospective buyers come through. Is the home inspection prior to acceptance of the deal, is that something that tries to look for potential issues or maybe areas that have been not talked about by the buyer?
Yeah, so essentially most home inspections, I would say, at least in my line of work, for my business itself, I would say 90% of them are a pre-purchase. So someone looking to buy would hire me to look at the house before they purchase it. Um, Now, as a seller, if you're aware of pretty significant issues and you choose not to disclose them, if anybody somehow finds out, you actually become legally liable. It's kind of a big issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, like so in a perfect world, with I don't know if you've well most people kind of it's common knowledge now with how our market is, our prices are just skyrocketing. Houses are going to sell regardless of condition. It really doesn't matter anymore. And prices are almost at the 200,000 mark. You need at least to get anything. So really, sellers should be pre-inspecting their houses so potential buyers can come in and know that the house has actually been looked at by a home inspector, lay it all on the line. The house is going to sell anyways. It's going to sell for more than they're asking.
Yeah.
And then they at least they know they come in and they have a home inspection that's already been done. Because a lot of buyers, they just skip it because they're scared if they put a condition down for an inspection, they are not going to get the house.
Yeah.
So
What have you ever had something where you've brought something to either the attention of the seller or the purchaser, and it has been something that they either just completely overlooked, but has suddenly affected the sale so greatly that it couldn't go through? And then how do you deal with the fallout from that? Because I imagine that potentially leaves some pretty unhappy folks.
So I got well, one circumstance in particular that always stands out, and I tell this story a lot. A lot of agents will call it home inspectors deal killers when deals fall through, quite often. But one house I was inspecting, a client from BC came down and bought, three properties, rental properties. So I was in a basement inspecting, and I seen kind of a crack in the wall. I was like, that looks a little odd. I just noticed like a little hinge. So I took my screwdriver and I actually pried it open. And what they did is they actually built a false wall in the basement, house in West Windsor. And when I pried that little door open, the foundation old brick foundation had collapsed. And instead of fixing it, they kind of jacked it up with this ghetto makeshift support system, and then just built a fake wall to hide it.
Wow.
And as soon as we seen that, we were about an hour in the inspection, pretty much just turned around and left. It happens, mostly when deals fall through. It doesn't happen a lot, but it's usually something to do with the foundation, and that usually scares any buyer, because you can be $20, $30, $40,000. You don't know.
Yeah.
And at that point, you just don't want to deal with it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to put you on the spot just like I do with performers, but it's going to be a little different for you. But with performers, I ask them what was the one gig that made you want to pack it all in or set yourself on fire at the end of it and just never return to the stage. But have you ever encountered anything that was just so far off base that you're just like, okay, I can't do this anymore? This is like the most atrocious example of neglect or code violation or something. And we don't have to get into specifics or but just generally, you have to have a horror story.
I've seen a lot of bad houses, both inspecting and just doing my energy audits. Energy audit being a low-income program, I go to a lot of poor houses. The big thing that always really bothers me and kind of just makes me feel really bad are a lot of the student rentals, in particular the student rentals where there's Indian students living. They're some of the grossest houses I've ever been in. Cockroaches, mice, the one ceilings collapsing, covered in mold. And the students are, fresh from India. They don't really know any better. They can't afford any better, and they're just living in pure filth. And the landlords typically are Indian, and they just really take advantage of them. There'll be 2 or 3 of them sleeping in one small room, mattresses on the floor. It's pretty sad when you see it, and it always bothers me when I get hired to inspect those properties.
Well, that brings about an important question. If when you're commissioned in these duties, to go out and do these inspections, and you come across conditions like that, are you obligated to like report that to anyone, or is that just basically you're left up to your own kind of devices to figure out what you have to say?
Yeah, no, I'm not obligated to. I really can. Like, I really shouldn't get involved. So I that's kind of the big thing is like they're hiring me as like a third party neutral, and I can't really go in and start causing problems. Even when I do my energy audits, I go to some families where I really should be calling child services, but it's just not my place to do it. And I got to support my family. If I start causing trouble, I could not be hired for that program. So I just not bat a blind eye, but I just suck it in and thank God that my kids don't have to deal with some of the things I see. So
that must be difficult, though. Like, I mean, I imagine that takes an emotional toll or a mental toll. In addition to the stress of having to do your job, now you have to deal with kind of these weird social situations.
It is. I grew up in West Windsor. I actually grew up pretty poor. I've had a pretty rough upbringing, so it bothers me. I've been through it, most of it, so I kind of know how it is, and it just makes me. I'm not a religious person, but it makes me feel pretty blessed, I guess. That my kids don't have to go through it. So I've seen it, and I've lived it. It sucks.
Tell me. Let's talk a little bit more about this energy program that you mentioned a little bit. Like, tell me a little bit, if you can, a little bit more of the specifics.
Yeah, I would like to talk. Like my business, the home inspection part. I touched briefly on it, but the energy audit's the big thing because it really helps. It helps a lot of people, and surprisingly, they don't really promote it a lot. Like it's kind of word of mouth. So in a nutshell, Union Gas has all different, all different rebates going on all the time. A lot of them are you fix something in your house, you replace something, let's say your furnace, and you get a rebate back. Programs like that have been around many years. Well, this program is free. It costs nothing. So obviously it's low income, so it goes by your income, or if you're on any kind of assistance, disability, ODSP, multiple other ones, you automatically qualify. So essentially, Union Gas and then the Ontario Energy Board, which would be for electricity, they both have their own programs, and they hire GreenSaver, who's actually the oldest energy audit company in Ontario. And then GreenSaver administers the program for them, and they hire subcontractors because it's all over Ontario, and they're not a huge company.
Sure.
So, so essentially, very simple. They would call GreenSaver, do some intake. They want you to send in your income stuff. Most people don't. I just visually verify when I get there, make sure everything's on the up and up, and I proceed. So I map out the house, I do the look for insulation, look at the light bulbs, look at the appliances, and GreenSaver decides what they're going to approve. Light bulbs you kind of get the same day I install them while I'm there. We switch to LED. And then appliances, if they're old enough, they pretty much get approved. You get new fridge, freezer, dehumidifier, and window air conditioners are the 4 that they replace. And for insulation, they do the walls, the attic, and the basement or foundation. There's limitations on what they will and won't do depending on circumstances of what's happening, if there's asbestos materials or
Sure.
different types of construction. But for the most part, a lot of people get a lot of good stuff, and it makes a huge difference. And it costs them nothing, not a single penny, and it happens quick. Usually from the time I get there to the time I come back for the follow-up audit, it's 2 months, sometimes
Wow.
quicker.
That's fast.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's fast, and that's
So-
like, I don't think people quite understand, and certainly I did not understand when we started this conversation, the significant impact that can have. Like, I'll use myself for example. Okay, so I live in a 1940s arts and craft house. It has no wall insulation in it whatsoever. It has very poor ceiling insulation. The windows are all terrible.
Yep.
It's a great house to have a party in.
Yes.
But so is this something that somebody like me should be looking at and trying to see if I can figure
Yeah.
something
So
out that way?
it essentially goes. Like I said, it goes by income. So obviously, I don't know if you want to discuss your income over the air, but
that's
essentially,
fine.
it goes by if you're not on any kind of assistance, whether it be disability or ODSP, or if you get it, there's a discount on your electric bill, the Ontario Electrical Support Program. If you get that discount, you automatically qualify. But if not, if you don't get any of those discounts, or not discounts, but any of those other programs that help you, then it just purely goes by income. And depending on how many people in the house, there's different tiers. I think one person's around 32 or 34,000, and 2 people are around like 42 or 43. So, it's pretty low what you need to make. Like 2 part-time job people would typically be over that, but it's a lot of like retirees, new to Canada, immigrants, single mothers are a lot of the big clients that I have. So
It sounds to me like this has the opportunity to be incredibly rewarding for you, in terms of, you talk about the mental disparity that you have to go to when you see some of these things that you would have to do in the inspection side. It seems like this would be a real opportunity for you to see some gratification. Like, have you done one of these things and people have just been so transformed by what has happened that they've just been, like it's like night versus day?
it is. So I'm a pretty big people person. I pretty much get along with everybody. I've kind of always been that way. And that's kind of one of the big things I really miss, not necessarily the money, which is really good, but just meeting people every day. It really is. Like I go, a lot of them, like I said, are a lot of, single ladies, typically older, the husband has passed. No one's around, so I'm there for a couple hours. I talk to them, I cheer them up. I like to ask a lot of questions. I'm a very good listener, so, so people just enjoy it. I've actually, like I said, I meet a lot. I'd say a good percentage of the families I meet are Arabic, and during Ramadan, it's even though they're fasting, they'll still give me tons of food. So I've actually had had dinner, I've had lunch with a lot of people, and which is really awesome because I like to try all different types of food, and it's just awesome. I could walk in. It doesn't matter the age, the race, the color. sexual orientation, it doesn't matter. By the time I leave, it'll be like we're almost best friends. It's just the way I've always been, and it makes it really easy for the job I do.
Yeah.
To be like that.
You know what's really amazing to me is that every once in a while when I have these conversations with people, it's like playing poker with someone. Okay, everybody has a tell, and the tell is, for me, in the conversation, that moment when you can truly see the thing that you're passionate about, because you can't contain your excitement about wanting to talk about it or wanting to talk about the act of doing it. And that just happened with you when you were talking about, the way that you relate to people. There was an infectious feeling of the smile that came across. So it's pretty cool to see that that's something that, you're obviously very genuinely passionate about.
It really is. It really is.
What's the worst or the most complex thing that you've had to do in order for one of these grant programs? Like, what's the most amount of work that had to be done? And again, it doesn't have to be person specific, but
no. So it's always there's always the hardest part is just when I get a really odd house. Because I essentially, when I go in, I'm mapping out the house. I'm drawing out, like, if you were to look at the house from a top view, I'm drawing out that house on a graph paper. Essentially, I'm measuring all the walls, coming up with the slopes of the ceiling. If you had like a 1.5 story, I have to calculate the volume of air as well, the heated volume of air. So I need to be able to come up with the area and the volume and everything. So there was a house on Church right off Wyandotte, a really old house, almost looks like a castle. It's got the cones on the front. I was fairly new.
I know that house.
So so I was fairly new. Two gentlemen, great guys. I think they were from Toronto. They had bought it not too long ago. And so I did the best I could, mapping it out, and I had to send it into, you'll call him the trainer, I guess you could say. And it took him 3 weeks, and he had been doing it for about 20 years to map out, to finish my file. I couldn't do it. I was like, I'm very honest. I know my limitations. I'm like, honestly, I did my best. I took as many photos as I could to kind of make you understand what I'm looking at. And I'm like, I don't know what to do from here. And that was, he's like, that was a hard one, Robert. That was a really hard one. I'm like, well, if it took you 3 weeks and I was pretty new at the time, like I never would have been able to do it. So
yeah, that's
so
insane.
It sucks when I get one of those. Yeah.
How do people find out about this program? Like you said, it's like, it's not really advertised. So how does somebody find out about it? Is there a link that we could pop up in the comments here that people could go check out?
Not so necessarily. So what happens is they started promoting it on Facebook. I remember seeing on my news feed, I would get the thing about it. You'll get the notice in your bills. You'll get little flyers in your bills that people always throw in the garbage. It usually has that, hey, you could qualify for this. But nobody believes that anything's free. So a lot of people, when I talk to them and I finally am there, they're like, I heard about it a while ago, but I didn't believe that anything could be free, and there's it's a scam. And that's usually what it is. Usually, like I said, their aunt or uncle or brother or sister, somebody had it, a neighbor had it done, and then finally they trust them, so they finally call. But it's essentially just Green Saver, one word. They have their website. Let me just punch it in here. Green Saver.
Yeah, perfect. That'd be great.
I think it's org. And it's pretty straightforward. And you just greensaver.org.
I'm just
and
gonna
it pops
type
up. You would just call them directly. They're based out of Toronto, and it's just an intake. They just take all the information, kind of see if you roughly qualify just over the phone, and if they're not sure, again, they send me out anyways. And then that's it. They just throw you in my schedule.
Nice.
And I'll see you at some point. There's just two of us doing it in the area. Me and another gentleman named Chris. He's based out of Kingsville, and that's about it. Now, from what I've heard, because they shut down mid-March, they're still intaking people. They just can't actually administer it. So
Sure.
I guess once they say get back to work, I'm going to be super busy.
Yeah, I was going to say
expect a bit of a backlog. So
you might need to duplicate yourself maybe 2 or 3 times.
Well, money's getting tight, so I don't mind it. I don't mind it. So.
What are some things that we as homeowners can do, or what are the things that you would most strongly recommend that we as homeowners do in order to keep the house up to snuff? So when the time comes that I want to sell it, what are some common pitfalls that I can avoid by simply doing some what you would consider the most important routine maintenance of the home?
The biggest thing as a home inspector side that I see are typically just controlling rain water runoff. So your downspouts, I go to new construction houses. I'll go to brand new houses, and the downspouts, they're supposed to be about 6 feet away from the foundation. Gets the water away from your foundation, and they're discharging right at the side of the house. Water, it doesn't matter how well you waterproof your basement. If water's dumping next to it, it's gonna find its way in. It's just silly. It's something so cheap for a little $10 piece of pipe to extend it away, and no one does it. Or cleaning the gutters, clean the leaves out of them and make sure it's flowing nicely. The best time to check is in a rainstorm. Go out there with an umbrella and look and see, is water puddling at the side of your house. And my house I just got last year, and I've already seen, my neighbor's driveway slopes towards my house, and it puddles there, and I actually got a little water in my basement, so I know I need to put some kind of a drain there.
Yeah.
And so it's just stuff like that, and just keep up on the maintenance. Well, let's see. It really depends on the age of your house, right? Like you said, your house is it 1940s? I think you had mentioned.
Yeah.
So you're at the point where you probably don't have knob and tube, but you might have galvanized plumbing.
Oh,
you could have.
I had to remove all of my knob and tube after an insurance renewal, and then I do have still a significant run of galvanized piping. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it just kind of depends on when I walk in the house, I kind of get an idea of the age, and I'll know roughly, okay, what am I probably going to find in this house material wise, and you'll know what to kind of look for.
Yeah.
So
I want to ask you, I want to turn it away from the business side of things and go, a little bit on the personal side, nothing too personal.
No, I am completely open. Ask whatever you want.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, sir.
When you had that kidney transplant,
yeah,
a lot of folks are finding, like you said, that they're finding themselves with all this time on their hands, where there's, and some people are able to fill that time by doing the lists that accrue naturally over time. But eventually those lists run out, and some people are having an absolute fine time with all this extra time. Other folks are really struggling. What have you guys been doing as a family to kind of fill that time? And do you have any suggestions for some people that may be struggling to be able to do that?
So what's really helped us is, again, I know a lot of people are kind of stay away from everybody. I'm more on the conspiracy side, I guess, of things. My neighbors, luckily, are great people. They're a young family. They have 4 kids. They play with my kids. They pretty much are not working either, so they've been home. We've really just been our bond has really grown. So kids are always playing together, just us two, and having our bonfires, and that's just really kind of saved us, to be honest with you. It saved our sanity. Our bond has grown significantly between the families, and projects right now, we're building a fence together, separating our yards. We've done huge work in our yards as well, and houses helping each other, and that's been the big one, is just the neighbors. Again, I know some people are kind of stay away from everybody, but
well, I mean, I think as long as you know the pattern, right? You know the social pattern these folks are under. I mean, I think nobody wants to be the person that is patient zero. So I think everybody's still being safe. I don't think we need to walk around in hazmat suits, but I don't think we need to have a good old fashioned barn raising either yet.
So, no.
Yeah.
But that's really been the big thing, is just having them, like, every day I walk out, we start talking, and like the big issue now is last night I have cameras all around my house. Someone came and stole my neighbor's weed whackers right off. Well, they left them laying out, but they grew up in the nice area of Windsor where we live now, where this stuff doesn't happen. Being from the West End, you leave your bike out, it's gone. That's a good day for a thief. So I'm always putting their stuff in the garage. And last night, the wife's like, "Oh, just leave it. It's fine." I'm like, "Okay." And sure enough, I got stolen. So yeah.
Yeah, I have the same thing. My whole property is surrounded by cameras, and
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
mainly like inside and out. So in case somebody breaches the outside camera, there's another camera hidden on the inside that's going to catch them anyway. And
Oh, yeah.
and we've had those similar circumstances. Yeah, where either my
Well,
stuff or my neighbor's stuff.
it doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter. It's a good area. But again, people have cars. They can
Yeah.
drive all the way over here.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. What's the thing that you and maybe the people in your immediate vicinity? What's the thing that you guys miss the most from when we were kind of unfettered?
uh, eating at restaurants, I would say. I miss my Chinese food. Jade Chinese on
Oh,
Wyandotte, and man,
yeah.
that's my favorite. Man, I just being able to go out and just go in a restaurant and sit down and eat. I'm fat. I love food. I just want to sit down and eat. That's the big one. It's
Yeah.
nice. The shopping really sucked for a bit when Home Depot and Lowe's and all them, I'm there regularly, and doing the online order, that really sucked. I just like to cruise the aisles and spend an hour buying two things. So,
Yeah,
but,
I think that's pretty common. Um,
yeah. Yeah.
What now on the flip side of that, and this goes again to maybe helping people who are who are kind of living in that moment of fear or I mean, fear might be too strong a word. Let's say unease. They're living in unease
Mhm.
because it's an uncertain time and there's no real clear information still, and it's a little dodgy. So this goes back to kind of setting their mind at ease in the sense that having been forced to sort of spend more time with your thoughts or spend more time with the people that are closest to you, has there been something that to your surprise has been really comforting or peaceful about that?
Um, a bit like my fiance and I, we've been together almost 5 years. We were supposed to get married actually on the 31st of May, but that got pushed back till next year, unfortunately. We actually we don't have a lot in common, to be honest with you. How we started dating, I don't know, but we actually we ended up finding this mutual I don't know, interest. We started our own little kind of craft company and I started making pallet stuff just for the house, and it got to the point where people kept bugging me to make them one, and how much would you sell it for? And so we started our own little craft company, bought the machine to make the signs and all that good stuff. And so we started doing that and making some extra money just for fun. And so we worked together on it, and it gives us a little bit extra time together. So it's kind of nice.
Yeah,
That never would have happened if I was working. So
yeah. Well, yeah, for sure. How's the just coming? How old is? Can I ask how old your child is?
yeah, so I actually have three. So I've
Oh,
been
okay.
married before. So my oldest daughter will be 16 in July. She's a grade 10 student at Kennedy. My son is 7, and my youngest daughter will be 4 in September.
Well, tell me a little bit about your guys' experience with the e-learning, the learning at home system. How's that been working out?
Uh, well, my two oldest live with their mother, so I don't know too much. I know my daughter, my 16-year-old, is saying she seems to have a lot of work, especially with her art class, I guess. They give her a lot of projects. Um, my son, I don't know too much. His mother and his grandmother do a lot of it with him. Obviously, my youngest is too small. But I can tell you, my neighbor has 4 kids between 12 and 7 or 6, and pretty much takes up her whole day. She has a block of, a couple hours for this kid, a couple hours all the way through, and then doesn't get to do much during the day. She's in teaching them all day, and then finally you'll see them come out kind of one kid at a time as their school's done, and finally she gets to finally come outside and enjoy the weather, and she looks so pooped. So she's having a really hard time with it. And I on my Facebook, I've seen a lot of other people seem to be about the same. So I think
Yeah.
they have a new appreciation for what teachers do.
I was just going to ask you, do you think that one of the things that coming out of this is going to be people are going to look at things like, wow, I had to try to, harangue my 3 kids into learning. Now, how the hell do you do it with 30 kids in a classroom, that aren't your children?
So maybe next time the teachers have one of their strikes,
That's right.
a lot of parents will be more on their side, I guess, when they
That's
typically
right.
wouldn't be. So
That's right. If there was something that we've seen on the program from the conversations that we've had, we've seen a lot of really heartwarming, benevolent things happen. Like folks, like you said, folks going out of their way to help out their neighbor or help out their elderly neighbor down the street. What is something that coming out of this is a recently formed habit or a COVID formed habit that you would like to see continue even when we've passed out of this time?
Well, the big one is I'm sure you've seen these wizard being whizzed on, and the ninja being ninja or whatever, where people come to your house and drop off these little packages when you're not looking. So my fiance's birthday was on May 16th, and she got two packages. Two people stopped by and dropped her off a bunch of wine and goodies and stuff. And
Oh, that's cool.
yeah. So there's a man one, and I know there's a woman one, and I think there's one for kids or some fairy one. I'm not big on Facebook too much anymore. I'm too busy with the yard, but that's pretty cool. Just kind of going out with people you don't know and just brighten up their day. She was really happy. Maybe $20 worth of stuff, but it really brightens up someone's day. And so we've kind of started making our own, and we're going to go and find, you go on the group, find somebody's random name and just drop it off at their house. So,
Yeah. No,
I hope that continues. That's kind of cool.
I think that's a super cool idea. And it doesn't have to be anything big. It could be like, how honestly cool and appreciated does it make you feel if somebody walked up to you and said, here's a $10 Tim Hortons card, man. You work hard, treat yourself to a coffee or an iced coffee or a donut or whatever. I mean, it doesn't have to be $100 or $1,000. Even there's just the simple, it reminds me in a way of that wonderful tradition of paying it forward when you're in the drive-through, right? Where it's like, hey, what's the guy behind me get? I do that all the time, right? Like, what's the guy behind me get? Oh, a couple coffees. Okay, I'll pay for that. Don't worry about it. Just tell him to pay it forward at some point. So I agree. I think that's a wonderful thing, and I really hope that continues too. The other thing I was thinking is these birthday drive-bys things that they're doing.
Oh,
I think that's
I've seen one in front of my house actually. I'm on a cul-de-sac and filled up the whole cul-de-sac with cars. But yeah, they drove by my neighbor's house and I was like, what's all that noise? And I run out there and there's just all these cars. It was pretty cool. So
yeah. One of the other things that we're seeing are things like this, where we're seeing a lot more, in my case, rank amateurs, but also, some amateurs and some professionals are turning to the streaming side of things to do things like performance or present their programs. Do you think that because people are so starved for entertainment right now, that is the reason that the consumption of all this has gone up? Or are we on to something here? Are we on to like a legitimizing of a new way of kind of disseminating media to people?
I don't know. I still like I like to do everything kind of in person still. I don't really like going on and watching like podcasts. I like to physically be in front of somebody, listen to them, talk to them. Hear them, like I have a couple gentlemen on my Facebook. They're big singers. One of them is going to be my singer at my wedding, and they've been doing, their live singing on Facebook, and we tune in, but it's just not the same. I don't know. That's just me personally. Yeah. I'm kind of an old soul, I guess, but hey, if it helps people make some money and, helps people feel better about themselves, then whatever works, man. Yeah. But for me, I'd prefer it go back to the way it was, so.
Well, there goes my second idea. I was just going to suggest that you're extremely personable on camera, and you carry yourself very well, and you do have a charisma that comes across on the camera. And I would think that something that would be right up your alley would be, a short little YouTube series on little preventive things that people can do on their homes to make sure that they stay ahead of the curve in terms of repair.
I've thought of it actually. I have my Facebook page and all that, and I've posted videos, especially when I'm on site. If I don't have a client with me, 'cause I'm gonna be professional. I'm not gonna start doing a video when a client's with me. But and if I find something, something that easy enough to understand and a issue that would be common enough where most people could benefit from the knowledge, I'll throw a video out there. But I'm not really, I should ask my kids to set up a YouTube channel and do that. But I'm just glad, they're all into the TikTok things now. So they're trying to get me to make a TikTok thing, but yeah.
Refuse. Don't do it. Don't give in.
Yeah. But no, I want to become a real estate agent. That's the end goal. I think, with the personality that I have and the knowledge of the home inspection background, I think I would excel as a real estate agent. And I've had more than enough people, that I've met have actually said, hey, you really should become a real estate agent. So I'm like, I know I should, and I've tried to do the training twice, actually. I just get so busy with everything else, I just can't finish it.
Yeah.
So, uh, but eventually one day I will be, and I think I'll be pretty successful at it, to be honest with you. So
Yeah, well, like I said, you're extremely personable, and that's one of those the biggest challenges, right? Is trying to find somebody that you feel comfortable talking to, especially about something that's such a large ticket item as, a house.
yes,
Um,
yes, yeah.
I will tell you this, that my uncle went through the real estate program, and he did fine with everything except when it came to the math, because he got introduced to a whole bunch of terms from, believe it or not, and you probably are familiar with this, Old English real estate, where you would measure yards in rods, links, and chains. And
Oh.
yeah, it gets freaky deaky with the math, because sometimes you have to go into these deeds that could be, I mean, I guess not really anywhere in North America per se, but there are these deeds that go back where the way that we did weights and measures drastically changed, and you have to know how to do all this. So it really kind of took him aback. So I'm just that's your free heads up from me.
Well, I did the first there's 5 courses, and I had done the first one. I went and wrote the test back actually last summer, and because you have about 18 months to do the course. And sure enough, most of the test was actually just math, finding the square footage and all that, and that's really what I do on a daily basis. So I actually powered through it. There wasn't a lot of questions on who's the director of this and all that garbage that no one ever needs to know.
Yeah.
So I actually just blasted through the exam like nothing, and I was like, oh my god, that was awesome. And but then never got to the other ones. So the energy audit program I do, there was a gray area where I didn't need to be, none of us needed to be a licensed energy advisor.
Okay.
We were doing exactly what an advisor would do, we just weren't licensed. But then finally, Union Gas, Enbridge bought Union Gas. I'm sure you've seen your bill has changed, and then they required us to be licensed. It's extremely difficult, done through National Resource Canada, and they just hit us with it, literally actually right after I bought my house. Like, oh yeah, you need to be licensed in like less than 6 months.
Oh, fantastic.
So needless to say, January came and no one was licensed. But I powered through it. I got it done, and but I couldn't focus on real estate, and
Yeah.
because I needed the license to be able to obviously provide for my family. So now the time has kind of run out where I have to restart the whole real estate thing again for the third time.
I'm so desperate to know people in real estate, because so my wife and we watch these shows all the time, like Property Hunters International, and
Yeah.
all these really, because it's spectacular real estate and the stories are cool. But what always kills me is the couples that they have for like these flips or these renos or whatever. It's like, I'm a part-time gerbil instructor and I'm a butterfly trainer. Our budget is $50 million. Like, who are these people?
Yeah, I see the memes pop up on Facebook.
Yeah, like, who are these people and where do they come up with this money? I don't get it.
I don't know. I think it's a little, everything on TV, nothing's really the way it actually is. I know I make a pretty decent living. My fiance is a PSW. She doesn't make the greatest money, but I do pretty well for myself. And even me, I didn't get approved for as much as, you would think for what I make.
Yeah.
And we were lucky enough, the circumstances worked out in our favor to get our house well below what we should have paid for it, in a great area. It just, everything clicked together really well. But yeah, it's crazy. So
yeah. Well, Robert, again, thank you so much for taking the time, to be a part of the conversation. This was extremely cool, and I want to leave you with the same question that I've been trying to ask everybody, but ironically, you're the only person that I will have asked this question to today.
Okay.
So not that your answer is the bellwether for the entire day, but it kind of is the bellwether for the entire day.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, it's strictly an opinion. And the thing is, we know the things that we're supposed to be doing. We know the rules, right, for this time period that we're living in. Yeah. But just in your own social barometer, what is it? What do you think people should be doing or shouldn't be doing? And if we are doing something, could we be doing it better?
With regards to social distancing safety for the virus we're talking about?
Yeah, with regards to this weird time we find ourselves living in right now.
What could people be doing that's well? I'm probably not the poster child of what you should be doing. I go to the stores. I don't wear a mask. I don't wear gloves. Obviously, I try to stay away from people because you walk by people in the wrong way in the aisle and they give you dirty looks. Um, I don't know. Just keep doing what everybody's doing. It seems like you see. I don't know anybody who has the virus, and I know a lot of people. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm not the best person to answer it, to be honest with you. I just do
Well,
what I do. I don't try to talk about it too much because it kind of hurts some people. Some people are like, everybody's gonna die. You can't do this. And then some people just don't. Not that they don't care, but they don't believe the hype. And,
yeah,
and I'm that person.
yeah.
So
And
it.
I think that's entirely fair, and I think that it's important to have that conversation with folks that have a differing point of view, because that's the honesty that we're looking for, right? That's how
Yeah.
we arrive at what makes us all think and act the way that we do. So no, I appreciate the honest answer, absolutely,
Well,
100%.
I've never. I'm not a medical professional. I remember I was 16, 18, somewhere in that when SARS was a big thing, and I remember going to the hospital and wash your hands. Have you been to China or wherever it was from? And no, you haven't. And then everything went on. But then again, social media didn't exist. I think social media really blows everything up. And now it's like, okay, at the end of the day, it's a flu virus. Or next year when we get the flu season, are we gonna, or are we gonna shut down the whole world every time a flu comes around? Like, I don't know. I don't know. So
Yeah.
it just sucked. My wife had surgery right when it first happened. Some complications with the past surgery, and she was in the hospital. I couldn't even see her. I had a cold. I literally just had a cold, and a little bit of sniffles, a little bit of coughing here or there. I'm not really wanting to get sick, and they wouldn't let me in the hospital. She was in the hospital for 5 days, and really no one could visit her. That
Yeah.
was awful.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I empathize
so
for sure.
yeah,
I think it is important to make kind of the distinction in the fact that I'm not a medical professional either, but I've had the opportunity to speak with quite a few of them now,
hmm
and the thing that's so frightening about this right now is that it isn't just another flu, because the R0 rate for this thing, which is the likelihood that it is going to propagate itself, is
Okay.
astronomical. It's way past what a flu is. So
Okay.
that's the scare, right? Is that because we still don't have as much information as we think we would like to have about it, and because the fact that you can technically be asymptomatic for up to 2 weeks before you can be a carrier of this thing for 2 weeks before you even know that you have it. And it's not just for the way that I look at it. And please, this is not like a condemnation of what you're saying at all. It's just
Oh, no.
yeah,
No.
it's just a conversation. The way that
Mhm.
I look at it is, today I wore a mask. It was the first time I did,
Mhm.
but I didn't do it to protect myself. I did it so that water droplets that I have when I am breathing or talking or coughing or whatever.
Talking moistly.
That's right. I try to do the anti-Sarah Lee and not talk moistly in front of people. So that's what it takes, and for the little bit that inconveniences me, if that means that I don't end up being patient zero that passes it on to a bunch of people where it could be more serious.
Yeah.
I'm willing to live with that, and then that's just me. And
Mhm.
of course, I look at it from a little bit of a different perspective because one of our children is respiratory immunocompromised. So
Gotcha.
for us, it's a huge thing. Like as soon as it happened, we were on permanent 100% close the door, draw the blinds, lock down. Everything is because even a common cold for her is a serious thing. So
Yeah.
it's just. Again, not a condemnation of anything. It's just it's interesting to hear different people's perspectives on it. I thank you very much for sharing that.
Oh yeah, like my fiance, she's a PSW, so she's obviously kind of in the field-ish, and she has to do all the protocols, the
Yeah.
mask, the gloves, face shield, all that stuff during her shifts, and so she sees it from a different perspective than I do. But like when I do get home inspections, I'll wear the gloves to make everybody feel a little safer. I bring the fancy, huge mask. I haven't had to wear it. No one seems to. Oh no, you don't really need to wear that. But I'll wear the gloves to make everybody feel a little bit more comfortable, and it's worked out pretty well. So
Yeah, I think that's mainly what it. Even if it's a placebo effect at this point, if it's bringing somebody a peace of mind, maybe that's okay.
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, but it's funny. I don't, I don't go out of the house too much. I'm usually at home working on the house. But when I do go to the grocery store for the wife or something, and It's funny. I don't have a cough at all, and as soon as I get to the grocery store, it seems like a coughing fit just randomly starts, and then I'm like struggling to keep it in. Everybody's looking at me like I'm a bomb or something.
It's not the COVID.
I haven't
it's not
coughed
COVID.
at all a month, and I walk in the store, and all of a sudden I'm hacking my brains out.
Yeah, it's some guy hiding in the ceiling with a little pepper shaker as you're walking in.
Yeah.
He's just shaking the pepper on you. Robert, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this and being able to find the time. I know it's kind of a late thing, so I appreciate you being available. It really means a lot.
I love to chat, man. So I appreciate the time as well, and it was a lot of fun.
Good. Well, I'm glad. That should be the ultimate aim of it. And I hope that things do go back to normal soon, so that we can all get back to doing what we're doing and stop doing these lists that magically appear in front of us. I don't know about you, but I had no idea that my house needed as much work as it did.
I knew it did, and like I said, it just money, right? Money. Just credit cards are getting a little out of hand, but it is what it is. But at the end of the day, no. But for the program, if anybody wants to contact me for more questions about the energy audit program, just give me a shout. I'm pretty honest. Like I said, I get paid the same whether you get something or you don't. It doesn't matter either way. But some people are skeptical. Give me a shout. Find me on Facebook. Call me. Whatever. Well, I'll tell you anything you need to know.
Do me a favor, if you wouldn't mind, just go ahead and post a link in the comments to the video, either to your Facebook page or to your business page or whatever, just so that people can have that information readily available. Because I think it's an opportunity that people should take advantage of.
Yeah, for sure. I'll do that right now.
Okay. Thanks, Robert. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris. Have a good night.
You too, man. Stay safe.
Yep. Bye-bye.
There you go. Look at that. Another interesting perspective from a different field. I love it. I love it. It's grand. It's great. It's super great, man. I just love it. It's fantastic. So Robert will be posting that information in there quite shortly so that you can see exactly what you can do in terms of how my speech gets repetitively slower as I'm browsing the folders on the computer to see if you can qualify for some of this assistance, because I think it's an important thing. And if it's something that you can take advantage of, why not? Absolutely do it. Absolutely. All right. Well, I played this a little while ago on the program, but I want to play it again. I want to play it for Steph if she's tuned in. Because the cool thing is that this is one of those things where it's one of those performances that I really, really enjoyed, and someone was able to capture it and capture it pretty decently. But this is my band. This is J Sharp Major, and it's us doing a cover of an Elton John song called Funeral for a Friend and Love Lies Bleeding. And it was done at the Lion's Head, and it's just it turned out so well that I'm so ecstatic at how it turns out. And this is a song that Steph always requests, so I want to play it for her and all the rest of you as well, just because that's the kind of nice guy I am. Anyway, here is a little bit of a break here. It is Funeral for a Friend, Love Lies Bleeding, J Sharp Major. We'll be right back. That song just makes me happy. That's my happy place song right there. I've wanted to perform that song in public ever since I was 8 years old. Sounds about right. That album came out in 73. I was born in 73. By the time I really got to appreciate it, I think I was, around 8 years old. So my Uncle Pete introduced me to it. Killer album, killer track. Amazing. All right, let's do some stuff here. We're getting near the end, folks. All right, let's do this. Coming fresh from the street, kind of fast on my feet, kind of lean and lazy, not much meat on my bones, and a whole lot alone, more than a little bit crazy. The old 6-string was all I had to keep my belly still. For each full hour lesson I gave, I got a crisp $10 bill. Well, she was married for 7 years to a concrete castle king. She said she wanted to learn to play the guitar and to hear her children sing. So I'd show up about once a week in my faded, tight-legged jeans, the backlog full of hobo stories and dilapidated dreams. She said, I want to learn a love song full of happy things. She said, I want to learn a love song, won't you let me hear you sing? She said, I want to learn a love song, I want to hear you play. He said, I want to learn a love song now before you go away. So I tried to teach her a couple of chords and an easy melody, but always turned out she'd rather listen to my guitar and me. I could hear her old man laughing at the dead, playing stud poker with the boys, while I sang so soft in the living room, too scared to make much noise. I came one week and the den was dark. She met me at the door, and we sat on the couch and we sang and we talked till I could not sing no more. And the silence kept on building and her eyes grew much too wide. I could hear both of our heartbeats, there was no place left to hide. She said, I want to learn a love song full of happy things. She said, I want to learn a love song, won't you let me hear you sing? She said, I want to learn a love song, I want to hear you play. She said, I want to learn a love song now before you go away. Well, I guess you know what happened. Lord, I've never been so clean. Yes, I feel like I'm working in a Hollywood movie or living out a good bad dream. And all them pin-up girls in that tinsel world never touched me like she can. It took another man's life in the real world life to make this boy a man. She said, I want to learn a love song full of happy things. She said, I want to learn a love song, won't you you let me hear you sing? She said, I want to learn a love song. I want to hear you play. Said, I want to learn a love song now before you go away. Well, I guess you know I stayed. Mr. Rob Shepley returns on force with a request for Bridge Over Troubled Water. You know, one of those easy tunes. Here's an interesting thing. I just downloaded I purchased, ironically enough for me, a movie on YouTube called The Harmony Game, and it is the story of the Bridge Over Troubled Water album. And I have yet to watch it. I've been meaning to, and I have yet to watch it, but I totally want to watch it because it looks amazing. It's amazing album, amazing song. Not many people know this. This song is written on guitar as well. Isn't that weird? Not something that a lot of people know. Anyway, let's see here. Sail on, silver girl, sail on by. Your time has sailing right behind, like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind, like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your Had to throw the little orchestration thing at the end. Had to do it. Had to be done. Oh, thank you, Rob Shepley. I don't know about great job, but it was an acceptable job. I did lower it full tone, and I think that might have been a mistake because my voice cracked a couple of times, and I think it's because the muscle memory is so used to playing it in a certain register. Excellent request, though. It reminded me of a Bruce Springsteen song. Well, they're still racing down at the trestle, but the blood is never burning her veins. Now I hear she's got a house out in Fairview, and a style she's trying to maintain. Well, if she wants to see me, you can tell her that I'm easily found. Tell her there's a spot out beneath Abrams Bridge, and tell her there's a darkness on the edge of town. There's a darkness on the edge of town. Everybody's got a secret song, something that they just won't tell. Some folks carry with them every step of the way, till it drags them back down. Until someday they just cut it loose, and let it drag them down. No one asks any questions, looks too long in your face, in the darkness on the edge of town, in the darkness on the edge of town. Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true, you're a pal and a confidant. No, we're not gonna do that one. I just suddenly it was that just triggered it. All right. We had a request for some Eagles by Lorraine. And how can we refuse that kind lady anything? That doesn't sound like something we should do. And Rob Shelby says, Dire Straits, Romeo and Juliet. I do not know that one. I'm going to have to listen to it. I do not know it. All right, well, we're going to do our moody thing then. if we're gonna do some of this here Eagle stuff. Right now. Yeah, it's I don't know that song well enough to do it, Rob. Yeah, I don't know it well enough. I'd have to listen to it. Letting you down 2 in a row, my friend. 2 in a row. I want to do this one in way of a tribute. This was a performer that we lost a little while ago, and I did this on the day that he died, and I had a gig and I played it, and it was a really touching tribute. People said, and they really enjoyed it. So I'm hoping that we can enjoy it together here. Surprise, especially for you, was something that both of us have always wanted to do. We waited so long, we waited so long, we waited so long, we waited so long. Well, I'm gonna take you on a trip so far from here, 'cause I got 2 tickets in my pocket, baby, we're gonna disappear. Waited so long, waited so long, waited so long, waited so long. 2 tickets to paradise. Pack your bags and leave tonight. 2 tickets to paradise. 2 tickets to paradise. market, baby, we're gonna disappear. We've waited so long, waited so long, we waited so long, waited so long, and I've got 2 tickets to paradise. Won't you pack your bags, we'll leave tonight. 2 tickets to paradise, 2 tickets to paradise. I've got 2 tickets to paradise. Won't you pack your bags, we'll leave tonight. I've got 2 tickets to paradise, 2 tickets to paradise. Ah, yes. The obligatory Eddie Money tune, but done in a little bit of a different way. Well, we got time for one more. Uno más. And what shall we do? I know what we're going to do. I had this song in my head all damn day, and we've never played it on the show. In fact, I don't even know that I've ever played it, to be perfectly honest with you. This comes from the Darkness on the Edge of Town album, which we did Darkness on the Edge of Town. But this is the song Factory. And it's an ode to the working man and the working man's father. And it's just really, really, really well done on the album. And let's see if we can put a beat to it. Nice and simple. Early in the morning, factory whistle blows. Man rises from bed and puts on his clothes. Man takes his lunch, walks out in the morning light. It's the working, just the working light. Through the mansions of fear, through the mansions of pain, see my daddy walking through them factory gates in the rain. Factory takes his hearing, factory gives him life. The working, just the working life. End of the day, factory whistle cries. Men walk through these gates with death in their eyes. And you just better believe, boy, somebody's gonna get hurt tonight. It's the working, just the working life. 'Cause it's the working, just the working life. All right. Factory from Darkness on the Edge of Town. And that brings us to the end of yet another fine program. Thank you so much to my guests. Thank you to you folks for hanging out with me tonight and making it interesting. As always, super look forward to all this all the time, except when it's really hot outside and I can't get any sleep and then I get tired. But apart from that, I look forward to it every single time. We will see you on the morrow where we'll be back in the studio with Walter Riggy, and we'll have some more fantastic guests to talk to. Until then, be good to each other, be kind to each other. For those of us who lost a pet today, everybody else give it a little extra scratch behind the ears to our furry friends. They deserve it. They affect our lives more than we could possibly understand. So bear in mind that when somebody loses a pet, sometimes it's as important as losing a family member. And be there for them. Because nobody wins unless everybody wins. We'll see you tomorrow.